Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. There's some kittens scurrying about in the background, messing up the green screen before we can even get there. Oh, hey, there's a Tammy underneath this chair here trying to escape, and she did. Welcome to the live stream, Little Magnets. Hi, how you doing? Welcome in. What's up with you, dog? Shut up. It's Kerbal. It's what we do. Kerbal Space Program these days. So, how do you start one of these things again with the live streams and whatnot? It's going to be our first creative build day in an epic, it's an epoch, in an age, in a coon's height, tongue, width, weight, circumference, in a coon's circumference, our first creative build day, which means that we're picking up where we left off 6,000 years ago on the James Webb Space Telescope. If you have any fan mail for the James Webb Space Telescope, address it to James Webb, Private Investigator, number 2, Grange Point, Seoul Space, zip code 00001. And he'll get right back to you. He will. So into the space plane hangar we go. We're already, well, you know, it's the 4th day of building, maybe 5th. I don't like to count these things. We're always well into, oh my God, look at all the saves there. Mark 16 of the James Webb Space Telescope. That's space telescopy, right? And we got the mechanics working. We got the robotics so that it's actually, like, fairly deployable, is what we've decided to tell ourselves in this state that it currently is, and what not. So, actually, because it's been a minute, shall we just, like, load it out and see what the hell we're dealing with here? Where did we leave off on this? I think we've got it to where the whole mirror part of it, you know, folds open and does the things that you'd want a mirror thing to do. Oh, God. Importantly, the James Webb Space Telescope is designed for space, mainly, is where we like to keep it. would it be possible, electric charge notwithstanding, to flit round to the daylight? Hey, there we go. Yeah, the electric charge is fine. Cool, it went into hibernate. Why do we still have... Are we generating? Do I have a solar panel on this thing? Why wouldn't we have lost electric charge there? Importantly, when we're testing this, you know, it's meant for space, so we'll just cheat, because that's what space is. It's just a cheat. We'll put gravity down to 0.01, right? And then we'll just wait for things to settle, by which I mean we'll hit the time warp button in order to try and encourage things in settling. We might want to, I don't know, with the... actually, we might want to make, like, just all of the parts there, pieces that actually have same vessel interaction. If I said yes. Well, no, you don't have to do that. Do you? Same vessel interaction would be these, actually. If I gave both of these same vessel interaction, that just might keep them from penetrating. It might not, also. Like, I kind of expect some explosions to occur when I turn that on. It's Kerbal Space Program. You click a button, the Kraken should rip your craft apart, right? Little magnets and lava lamp, high. You can't hide from JWST. It sees everything 18 times automated teller machine. Okay. Third eye is what it is. Private dick, you know. James Webb, private investigator, you know. He walked out of the fog and into the smog and into a great sandstone building. Because he walked into it. And then, doesn't that sound like the James Webb? I guess it's Jack Webb that I'm thinking of. Really, you know, needs to be a third. Anyway, with the private investigating space telescope, we should have buttons to be able to press if I, you know, set this up reasonably. So if I hit custom 1, it's going to toggle a hinge. And if I hit anything else, it's going to tell me to go fuck myself. Yeah. Oh, hello. There's right. 10 or 0. So then with the but sure. If I pressed 1, what happens? Aha. Yes, our side mirrors start to deploy at an incredibly slow rate that is apparently fucked up by, I don't know, being attached to these? What the hell just happened there? So your target angle is that. Traverse rate of 5. You're really pulling on that with the electric charge, huh? What if I gave you no? More? No? Alright, let's just don't worry about that. It's not important. We don't need it to, you know, actually deploy. If I press 0, all of my mirrors go towards we're not ready for that. Did I put a cal on this thing? If I played the cal, does that do a thing? You're doing nothing. Alright, well this doesn't work at all. I thought it had worked, but it doesn't. It's going through the, do you remember anything about what you're supposed to be doing right now? Okay. Good. Love what I'm seeing here. Nothing actually works, which is fun and all. And our electric charge has generated again. I must have a panel somewhere on here that doesn't seem right. So you locked? Yes. No, nothing is ever locked. That's your oh fuck. There. Yep. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just revert to the space plane hangar, make sure that nothing ever is locked, because robotic system does not, the whole spacecraft will explode if you ever turn locking on anything. You can never lock a single part on this piece of shit. What we're going to do, I'm going to try this. I'm going to say same vessel interaction, yes. Same vessel interaction, yes, on both of those. So these should now bump into this if it's pulled in that direction, and then it won't just fall over and rip through itself, would be the goal there. Is this the right one? I thought I'd unlocked everything, that there was going to be no locking ever again, because we discovered that if you lock anything, the entire robotics system just ceases to work forevermore. In any way that is predictable or reasonable or correct or right or good. You're locked. You're locked. But, yeah. You're locked. You're supposed to... You're never supposed to change, which means this one's the one that changes. I will... will I allow it? I might allow it. You're motorized? No. Your motor is disengaged. Your lock is yes. Alright. Let's just try all of this again. And in addition, I go over to the action groups, right? Right? Hear me out here. If I go to the action groups, and then I go to 2, and then I say toggle play and toggle direction. Right? And then if I change the direction so that play direction is reversed when we first press it, then we'll be able to press it. It should go through its animation and all of those things, and then they should happen. Why? So this didn't unfold not because it wasn't locked, but because some other part on the craft was. That was not part of the animation. Right. Don't fuck with the lock button. Is what we know. I'm going to save that, and then we're going to put that back out on the pad in the 0.0 or 0.1 gravity mode that we've hacked onto the surface of Kerbal. And we'll just see. Test number 1, when it loads in, does it explode? Because it can now same vessel interact. And it's still, looks like it's squeezing through itself, but who's to say? Who's to say, really? That I'm unhappy because I rarely smile, sitting thinking, dreaming, waiting for my ship to sail. So if I press the 2 button that way, let's go round to daylight. There we go. If I press the 2 button, so F2 and 2, things are happening. Things are happening. And it's all driven by one rotor. Everything else is just physics. Hopefully. Keep going, honey. She goes good and slow. I got a Twitch notification, but your address is wrong. Congrats on making a James Webb fan club, though. My address is wrong? It's not number 2 Grange Point? Where, what? Did it take up residence where the Queen used to, or does? I don't, what's its address now? Did it move? Did it explode? Boom! Complete and total deployment, except for the other part, which would be hitting the 1 button. Is it just because you got a really slow transit on you, which makes sense? You don't want to deploy this. No, you did it again. You did it again, though. Why you stop like you're, and look, it's shaking and stuff like that. You're not locked. There's nothing that should be between you and, and one side of it opens up. The fuck's, so if I were to unlock you, then that works. See, you can't have anything locked, and by works, I mean, doesn't, it won't, never. Unlock you. Unlock, oh, you're already unlocked. Or what about you guys? You're locked? Why would you be locked? Okay, unlock you. Yeah. And then, yeah, it did deploy. Like, we can't have a single fucking lock on this thing. Alright, 2. So it should reverse the direction. It should pack it back up for us. Let's just see if it can do that. And let's see if the fact that these now have same vessel interaction allows them to, not pop through the mirror when it gets there. Okay. About at that critical point. Coming over now. Yeah, still not quite there. Good. 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 And, okay, here's the critical point, I guess. And just pushes right on through that shit. Same vessel interaction, ladies and gentlemen. It works. So what evidence do you have to support that we are now in Space Prime? Well, we made the address system, wherever it started. That's why, East Coast zip codes are all 000 something in America. So we made the address. I'm not saying like we're in like another species would say that this was 00001, but you know, we would be. We've always been self-important. What do you mean? We've always decided that we're at the center of the universe. I'm just acknowledging it. All right, redeploy, because that works-ish. It may be that same vessel interaction on these parts will only prevent like the base of them from penetrating, because these are robotics parts that extend out, and that would require you know, people who know how to design a game for that to work, to, you know, extend the hitbox of the object as it extended instead of just the visual model. So but yeah, based on one rotor that is driving this whole animation cycle and it's just turning over, we are able to deploy a James Webb Space Telescope, and then once we are at full deployment, bazinga, if I press the 0 key, all of our mirrors can then angle in on their double-hinged yoke system. So we're flat for for going up, and then they all hinge in toward the center, except for the ones that are broken for reasons that no one could possibly explain. Like this, why would you? Why are you moving at all? You're not even doing anything, huh? You're just not even gonna try? Is that the thing? And the hinges are just there's no like locking or not locking on there. All right, once more onto the breach, good friends. Revert flight back to the spaceplane hangar. I will remove locking from every part, including the ones where it makes a lot of sense actually to have them like we want them to be locked out. But so you can't be locked. You can't be locked. You can't be locked, and then that means you won't be locked either. And then something up here was locked. No to you, but yes to you. You can't be locked. Is there anything else on the craft that is or has ever been locked? Because Lord knows we're not allowed. On power loss, go locked. Oh god, that's just baked in to make the game shit itself, huh? Happy Suburb Owl Day, by the way. Is it? Is it that? When the hell is Thanksgiving? That like I'm not following all your damn holidays. You just make shit up to sell cards, don't you? Oh, we're playing football today, so you gotta buy flowers for your girl. And the next it'll be Valentine's Day. You gotta cheer on your team. Whatever it is that you're doing, I'm not falling for it. Corporate capitalist Elon Musk wants to move us all to space, but you know, not with unions and also being racist. So thank you for the saving. We were really, I was worried until you came along. There's a telescope thing in here, isn't there? We've got a scientific we got a Sentinel infrared. It's a weighty, it's a 0.1 tons. It's nothing. Is it nothing? It's not a lot, is the thing. So if I put you there, and then, like, rotated you over, yeah, I guess, like that, so that, yeah. And then what I'd want is to line your lens up with the damn center of the damn it. Like, you know, something like that. Maybe we could have it a little bit, you know, it's what looks cool. And that looks pretty cool. Yeah? That's cool-ish. Look cool. Does it, and then with the, and cool. So I'll just slide this battery, I don't know, wherever the fuck I want to. It's my game. Did I pay for it? Somebody gave it. I paid for it once, and other people gave me. So there, we'll have just a battery and the cals out there in case we need to reach it, and then we got the probe in there. Whatevs. That's not awful. It'll be something else. It'll have to be bigger, but you know. Let's see. Elon is racist as well now. Apparently, like, just in his companies and stuff, they've been reported that, allegedly, like, a lot of, racist things going on. So, you know, it's really cool to find out that he wants to, you know, build a platform for humanity on space where his corporate activities will be racistly fueled and, oh yeah, no unions. So, yeah. He once wanted to save some trapped people with a submarine he wanted to build rather than allowing divers to do it. His remarks at the time were colorful. Did he say the N-word? Because we're finding out. What do you mean colorful? let's launch. Let's put this out here. Called a diver a pedo? Why? Because they use their legs in order to get down? If they're not using fins, then he's like, you know, you've perambulatory beasts, you. I'll bet we can't even, like, refuel and reuse you after you're dead. What a waste. So, yes, once more under the breach. The breach was going to be just deploying the side things. Don't even worry about the rest of it. Just fucking do the stock, like, actual... It's not. It's resisting the force of deployment. And nothing even is locked anymore, as far as I know. Look at that. The fuck is wrong with you? Bruh. So it's like, now if I click locked no, locked yes, locked no, lock, I can't lock it because that's moving. If I just randomly select a part that has the potential to lock and I lock it, this fucking game, man. I love it. Lock and unlock the part, and then you got full deployment on those, but then when I hit 0, this time 2 out of 3 of them worked. Yeah, all of them except for just random ones that decide not to work occasionally. It's brilliant. This is did Elon work on this too? Is this one of his things? Locked no. Locked no. Locked yes. Locked no. Hey. Did that free it up? That might have freed. What about you then? Because I don't think you're locked. Yes. No. Oh shit. I don't care about your traverse rate. Locked. Yes. It doesn't look like it's actually angled where it's supposed to. Maybe you're just not in the thing on that one. So you're supposed to be 4 degrees, which would mean you should be either 4 or -4. If I do -4. Yeah, so it is 4, which doesn't make any sense, but apparently the game goes around the center of something. So you're that, and then what about the fucking... what are you? You're 9, so you should also be 9. Nope, now you're -9. Oh, game. Alright. So, is that true, or are you just not in the action groups? We could check there. If I press 0 again now, then that one should just stay there if it's actually just not in the action groups. Okay. The other 2 not moving was a matter of it being locked and needing to be locked and unlocked, as well as it's just, what a game. What a... Okay. That all works, and we know we can deploy it, and if I wanted to pack it back up, I press 1, and... Really, though? Taking your time. Are you going to pack it up, though? Like, you pack it up, pack it in, and I will be a happy boy. Alright. Easy fix, give pedometers to all children. That will teach them to run. Do you mean that will teach them to run, or do you mean that'll teach them to run? I don't... Maybe we should not be having this conversation on Twitter. I would say there were some cultural undertones to that comment, but you are correct on his choice of colorful words. So we'll revert to flight again. I guess we gotta lock and unlock something before we do anything on the craft, because Kerbal Space Program is a piece of shit of a program of a game. It's something like that. Action groups will into the 0 action group. Apparently I need to add this guy. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Cool. No? Yeah, there we go. I forgot which building area I was in. Okay. With I can't touch it because I'll just right up in here, huh? Right up in the goo. GOO. So toggle hinge, and then U. That was U. Was that? Wait. So did I had that one? And now it's gonna be this one. Toggle hinge. Okay. Those weren't in there. Now they are. One toggle hinge. Could I, like, what if I disengaged servo lock, whatever the fuck that is, when I pressed 1? Would that... no, not... Well, that's the wrong thing, but, like, what do I got for you guys, huh? Disengage servo lock. I don't know if that's gonna be helpful at all, but maybe that'll make it where we know that we can, like, just kick it and shake it and jiggle it, and it'll start to act the way. You gonna try and put this in high Kerbal orbit or solar orbit? I'm somewhere in space, which, you know, technically maybe I just don't ship it up and I'll have completed the mission. I don't know. Once more, I mean twice more, thrice more into the breach, good friends. We gotta see. We don't have to, but I don't know what's next, you know. We build the big black backing thing to it. We put in something that would pretend to be the bits that we want it to pretend to be in terms of like the heating system, the sonic, the acoustic thermal. Oh, see that? Now see that? I don't know if you see that or not. Let me just, I don't know if you can, like what I'm seeing, you might not be noticing what I'm seeing. It's subtle, but do you see how there's some problems? I'm gonna press 1, and that tries to deploy a thing, and even with the servo lock thing engaged, it doesn't. So damping. I don't know. Fuck you. Locked. It won't lock now. It is at least deploying. Yeah. Okay. So it deployed. That's good. If I warp and unwarp, there we go. Just a little bit of Cheetos. I mean Doritos effect there, just scrambled. And then 0, and you're going in the wrong direction now. Just that one though, right? Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Love it. So you're going, you went in correctly. It's the ups and the downses is the thing. When I press 0 again, now you're going all the way to that side of things. Did I not? Maybe I didn't give it a upper and a lower that it's supposed to have. So in this position it should be flat. I can't change it to restrict it here. Is that a thing? You have to do that in the... Alright, so that one... I assume that I did this and the game just forgot, or it unlinked it from something else that it's supposed to be attached to or something. To have one of these that's not working, I didn't do these all one by one. So I'm going to go ahead and... this is out of character for me. I'm going to go ahead and blame the developers. You know, I don't usually do that. So, yeah, for deployment of, and then your angles and whatnot, if I come in, right up in there, and then it's you got a -9 going on, whereas the guy next to you has a -9 going on. Why would you shouldn't, then that, just go up by 1, go up by 2, go up by 9, what am I looking at here? Get the fucking clamps out of my way. I don't need these fucking clamps. Who needs these? Get rid of, especially like the outer clamp. Yeah. I don't need, we got one of them holding it in the middle. That's middle-ish. You know. You. Why would you be up there? Alright, you just hold in the middle there. So if I went up to this one, we'd see that it has a 0 and a 4, a 0 and a 9. And then you've got a 0, 4, 0, -8. and then you're all over the fucking place. Whereas over here, you've got a 0 to a -9, and you've got a 0 to a 4. Okay. What are the odds? So it was 0 to a -9 on that side. Would I be crazy to assume that what we want is 0 to a 9 over here? Because it's the opposite? If I deploy... Yes, I would be crazy. We want the same here. This... So, max is going to be 0, and you can't do that. You got to have there be a space between them. So 0 to a -9, and then if I go target angle, yeah, then you'll actually turn in like you're supposed to when I press the button. So you start at the 0, and then we deploy to a -9. Good. And then on this one, you're also, wait a second then. So you would be the 4. Yeah? And who knows? We'll try -4. And then that's... Why are both of you turning in instead of up and down? Like, one of you should be turning... Did I click on the same one twice or something like that? Then you go back to a -9. And you. There you are. So you're a 0 to a 4. 0 to 4. There you go. Hey! Brilliant, maybe. So... You start at the 0, and then you go to the 4, and you start it here, and you turn into a -9 when we do that. Okay. Okay, okay. 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 Save it, and then put it back out on the pad. Does gravity work in KSP such that Lagrange points are a thing? Nope, says Lava Lamp. For that, you need N minus body gravity, but KSP only does it for one celestial body at a time. Oh, well. So if we don't time warp, then we won't get the Dorito effect. We'll just turn the lights on. That's the one that's out there. And then if I press 1, will you just straight up deploy all the way? Because when I press 1, now I've got, like, disengage any locking also built on 1. It looks like it's gonna... Nope. Nope. I lied. I was telling you that it was gonna work. It's not gonna work. It doesn't. Nope. We'll just wait for you to get into position there. This game. Because you'll note that it is not locked. No. But if I now lock this one, and then unlock it, it didn't help. Oh wait, yeah, no, it did help. You just gotta flit them back and forth before you do anything. Okay. And now you're fucked a little bit. Let me lock you and then unlock you. I have no confidence that this anything can ever actually lock you and unlock you. Like, I'm just randomly locking and unlocking stuff because that's how the physics in the game work. It's close. I'm gonna hit 1 again, and I'm gonna hit it again. No? Alright. It's probably fine. And then when I hit 0... I mean, if it weren't already broken for no actual reason that it should be, then that seems right-ish. Ish, though. What is going on here between you two? Like, your current angle is -4. Your current angle is 4. And those were both the downy bits. Why do you look so much different, then? So do these. You're at a 4 left and right, and you're at a -4. You're at a 4, and you're at a 4. This was all working the last time we came to this. I don't know why, anybody would ever have, like, be angry at this piece of shit game that they published. Target angle 4. So that's 4 for you. But this one that is at the same level and has the same target angle thing going on. That's 4, and that's 4. And then target angle 0. And then, so if I set you to 0, and I set you to 0, and I set you to 0, and you to... This is just a hell of a thing. This engineering focused game. Nailing it. So if I reverted to launch, just to see what happens, is all it's got to do is, reload the thing from scratch into memory. There you go, just like that. Yep. Yeah, that's perfect. See how this is no longer attached to there? That's yes. Who could argue, who could ask for anything more, really? Why are you deployed or have like some kind of an angle on you? Target angle is 0. Your target angle is 0. Is it just the weight on you that's pulling you down a bit, then? Especially since there's not 2 supports now, but the 1. This was we could go back. You want to watch the VOD from the last one where it was all working, and then we reopen the game and it doesn't anymore? Did you see the first image from the James Webb Space Telescope? Looks promising to all weeps. No, I haven't, but I'll tell you what, I'll keep that open in a tab. Let me see, let me just, there we go, here it is. Ooh, okay. Always suspected something like that. The universe. Yeah. Yeah. You can see the formation of solar systems in the... Thank you for that. Mosaic Task Force. That's the James Webb telescope. Oh, okay. All right. Different scope. Yeah, this is broken. Everything is broken. I'm tempted to... So motor locked, motorized, no, motor disengaged. You have to be locked. It doesn't seem to matter whether it is locked or not. Like, you lock things and then it still doesn't work. You have to do like a lock-unlock trigger. You have to get triggered kind of a thing. You were... I don't know which one of these is the one that used to swing, so I'm going to leave all that unlocked. Is this going to be down to, like, just getting lucky? Because I'm not thrilled how many hours that I've already put into making the thing, and then I got to get lucky that the game loads it into memory correctly one of these times. Not a huge fan of that. If I were, I don't want to be honest with you or anything, but if I were honest with you, I'd say I'm not a huge fan of what I'm seeing here. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. If I were to same vessel interaction, like across that whole path, I'm going to just so that I have a frame of reference of what I've done this on. All of these are going to have same vessel interaction with the hope that they will prevent it from pushing through itself at a higher level. Like this has same vessel interaction. It doesn't anymore. I don't know why. I certainly selected and saved it and loaded it last time with it, but okay, you can just not remember the things that I've done. You could just save whatever you feel like saving, game. Save a couple of like seven or 8 times there and reload it out on the pad. Good thing that we checked here. Good thing we checked. You can pause physics on load, I think. Can you? That might help the game, not be shit. I'm not sure, though. See what happens. That seems like the most stable load that we've gotten until now. Alright. So, based on what we know, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to right-click this part. I'm going to lock it, and I'm going to unlock it. So it's been locked and unlocked. Honest Pawn wants to sell you a used spaceship at the low, low cost of a subscription to Ronin Pawn TV on Twitch TV. Twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. Sign up today. I'm crazy pawn. Giving you crazy shit about craziness. Deploy. One of them seems to be moving more than the other. Fuck me. Still not working. Still getting all twisted on this side of things. I don't understand. I don't understand. Traverse rate, like put all the power that you can into it, no? And it's a shared angle between these two, so they're doing the same thing. They're both on the same, and look at how it's just managed to crank that one. I'm going to unlock and then lock. Oh, balls. And then it's like that. So let's revert flight back to the spaceplane hangar. Maybe that's the one. If we have a locked part on the craft, I unlock and then relock it, put it back out, unlock and then relock it. I don't know. I'm going to go register Ronin Pawn TV on Twitch. Sounds like I might make some money. You won't. I've been doing this for a long time. I haven't. So I'm going to start by unlocking and relocking. Maybe I'll unlock and then I'll press the 1 button. And then I'll lock and unlock as it's supposed to be animating. Did we find the magic? So I gotta unlock and lock one of these for the game not to completely shit its... Oh, no, now it's on this side now. Now the problem isn't the right one, now it's the left one. Uh-huh. Lock, and then when I unlock that, and then... Or no, when I lock it. It was unlocked. When I locked it, it released. And then my question is, like, if I were to, from this position, F5 and F9 or something like that, would, when we F9, would everything just destroy itself? The fuck game is what I want to say here. I want to try the deploying of the mirrors again, so mirror deployment. And that's closer to them both doing the same thing. And then on this side, it's I'm pretty sure I've done nothing wrong, but the game is what it is. So I don't want to spend my time trying to fix. Like, I'd have to open up Unity and start programming in C, you fucking assholes. So, the people who made the game is who I'm addressing there, in order to fix this. So, yeah, I think, I don't know. I genuinely don't know what to fucking do with that. I press 2, we start deploying this way, turn the light on, see if there's any new problems, because we've got, the bit there where it actually has physics with itself again. It's basically just time warp to fix stuff. That's may or may not be helpful, because when we time warp we get like spinning Dorito things, so then it's the question of when I come back to it from an F5 and an F9, would I still have crazy spinning Dorito shit going on? And also, why aren't you like hinging and deploying? And I'm gonna give you an idea here. If I clicked locked here and then unlocked, you think that would have made it work? It didn't deploy correctly. Yeah. Revert back to spaceplane hangar. I'm gonna have it so that this guy is locked. I think this is how we had it before, was that you're locked, these two are locked, and it doesn't, nothing actually fucking works, is the thing. Save, relaunch. I'm testing all the things that used to function. Came back to it and it was broken. And I'm pretty sure this was the most modern version of the telescope that we were working on, and we tested it and it was all good before. Let's hit the 2 button and see about deployment. Turn the light on. See if locking out that part gets deployment to work again. Means only one of them can retract. Yeah. And that's why we put the light on there, because it's pretty. Looking forward to the James Webb craft file being uploaded to the website any day now. Yeah. I mean, you know, if the game will allow me to carry on. It's pretty cool. I like that. We got that. Yeah. So we'll have to build something around it, because I do like that that's got the telescope and the actual, like, lens. And the lens is even, you know, correctly colored-ish for the James Webb. So that's neat. But here's the main issue. If I press 1 now, and we just try and deploy these flaps, some of them just aren't going to even try. If I unlock these legs once we're fully deployed, okay, so we have to, like, deploy the boom arm first, unlock the leg, and then should I relock it once we're done? No. And then just the fact that, like, it started moving at a weird angle, it's got a thing to it now. I wanna try an F5 and F9 scenario here. If I press 0, yeah. So as long as the craft doesn't get twisted by that broken physics interaction, broken robotics part, then the mirrors all do the alignment the way that they're supposed to. Again. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to put them all back to flat. I'm going to F5 from here, and I'm going to F9. Teleport to space and time warp to fix broken bits, then lock parts. I mean, they don't need to be locked, I don't think. It's I'm only flitting them open and closed. Like, there's one part that needs to be locked. Okay. Do you settle? And I don't wanna like magic it to space, because I'd like that to be the, you know, the ultimate moment of, hey, we did it. We got it in space. We brought it up here ourselves. So that's still got a fucked up angle on it that it's not supposed to have. If I were to take you, remove you from symmetry, and then close you up, increase your traverse rate. I can't be asked. Go to somewhere around 15. Okay, target angle is 60, and we've gotten there, and then open it back up to 180. Looks like it's still got the weird angle. Yeah, it's got this vertical twist on it that didn't used to exist, and now does. It is already auto-strutted to its grandparent part, which would be to that. Revert flight to the spaceplane hangar. That's interesting. I didn't realize that. I think I used to know that, but if you F5 on the pad and F9, then you can still revert back to before you did even the F5 and F9. That's a curiosity in it. So one thought, one what? One thought? I've got one thought. From here, like, what's the next part that goes back to you, and then this all just breaks off of, what are you even attached to? Like, isn't this suggest I could just take that part off and it doesn't attach to anything else? I could take you off from there, and then you from there, and then you from there, which means you're actually just attached down to that. So if you have an auto strut to your grandparent part, and you have an auto strut to your grandparent part. Okay, well now you do, because apparently it's symmetry. And then you as well. Auto strut to grandparent. And that would mean that I want you... Okay, you're both doing that. That means that you grab onto that, and that grabs onto that. That might help. The other thing would be to just use an actual conventional, everyday, ordinary, average strut to try and negate its ability to twist like this, which I think is coming from... I don't know. I mean, we've seen it flip back and forth from one side to the other, so did that apply to this side of things too? It did. I think I'm just going to go with that. It's just going to be such a touchy little... For all the work and all the structural reinforcement and all of the conceptual, like, how can we deploy this? How can we recreate in Kerbal what they've got up there? And then it's going to be this fucking touchy. Launch it. Just to keep it from sort of eating itself in the save file or whatever is going on here. We load in very stably, though. So we're at F5 from here. If we do the deployment first, is apparently a thing that we have to do. Turn the light on. I don't want to do any time warping, because if I do that, then we might get Dorito spinning windmill action on one of our mirrors. It's just, the things that make it seem like this is a game that I want to spend my time playing are the things it can't do. As long as you're just slapping a cylinder of fuel, slapping an engine underneath a cylinder of fuel, it can handle it. As soon as you start using anything more complicated than that the game supposedly supports, then it's, I can't. What do you want from me? I don't know how to... So here's a thought. Remove from symmetry. Which should have removed you from symmetry as well. And then instead of pressing the 1 button, I'm going to manually have this one. I'm going to give it a little bit more power. And say traverse rate of 19, and I'm on a target angle. Alright, that seems to have just opened. Holy shit, when I clicked on this, I expected you to be using one of the mods, not literally creating James Webb via machine parts. Yeah, we've been doing it for a while, and now we're fighting the game for it to not break when I try and deploy it. Because robotics is so consistent in Kerbal Space Program, he said with facetiousness dripping from the all of the places it can drip, really. And now this one, all on its own. Okay, if I break the symmetry on those two after deployment, it looks like we're able to deploy both of them, and they both end up where they're supposed to be. And then when I press the 0 key, all of my mirrors, yes, will now reflect. They do their double yoke, double hinged system, and they all grab the light and throw it up at the focusing mirror, and then the focusing mirror can throw it back at the lens of our telescope. Okay, we've got a method. Will it fucking work? Who the hell knows? Who the hell? But we've got a method, and it's down to symmetry. I've bug tested the James Webb Space Telescope in stock Kerbal, made out of stock parts, and the issue, if the developers ever cared about the game that they made, is going to be in symmetry. Having symmetry linkage from this to that, and then the robotics parts, and you try to deploy it, and somehow it manufactures a phantom force against it as it tries to deploy. You know, just that old rhyme of the mariner. Yeah. You know what also, I think we should put some lights on this side too, pointing out at that. Just because it's nice to have a glow. It's nice to be able to see your work when it's done. Yeah. Okay. This works. Have to put some notes in the deployment documentation, but I think we got it. Put some lights on it to ruin the images it captures. Yes. I mean, we don't want... That's the thing. Is then if the government sees the pictures that we've taken, if the public is aware of the space lizards landing on the moon and having the surgery in order to replace our representatives, then utility and illuminator. I think an illuminator, and probably just one of it, and maybe I'll embed it into such and such, etc. and so forth. If I put you onto that part that I'm not hovering over. Thank you. Yep. Just what the Jesus Christ, Kerbal Space Program. What is your problem, man? So if I just kind of embed it, that is straight up and down. It is. So then if we took this and we said the pitch angle, okay, so your stock pitch angle is just wrong. Good. Thank you. Thanks. We all appreciate that. So now that's flat. Huzzah. Lens, do. Thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. How many brain cells does it take to make something like this? 7. More than at least half of 7. And plus, and then minus like 3.5 from there. But then, yeah. But mostly 7 is what I'm going to go with there. I'm just gonna merge you in kind of like that. I'll still be able to right click and do things. Lights on, and then we won't be able to see the effect of the light unless I deploy it here. So if I right click you and I say play, well, you're not actually going to rotate because you need physics in order to unlock all of the things. Yeah, so if I did go forward and hit play, then it doesn't matter that you're doing a rotation thing. You can just go ahead and reverse and go back to and play, and yeah. So that's not going to help. I'd have to deploy it in order to see what I'm working with. What if, okay, better idea. Well, I've already done it this way, so we'll deal with it. But I could have just taken the light that I put on the end of this. Thank you, though. Really, Lens do. You got what I need. So, show me your light color. Yeah. So if that's the light color that we've got there, I'll just reproduce it. I feel like it needs to be a little bit dimmer, though, so I might just pull it down a touch. Let's say to there. Because we don't want to, it's nice and all, but it doesn't need to be massive. So I'll use that code. that hex for the lamp that we've got here. I suppose I can also switch you over to white and you'll blend in more. And then over here, and Control V. Okay. And then turn that light back off. And now we'll have a little light there. It's shining out in the general direction. Like, it's not quite at the correct height or anything. But I don't think it's a problem. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. Okay. After an hour, we have gotten the James Webb Space Telescope back to functioning, which it was already doing the last time we did this. Oh, hello. No, I think I might like that. We take off the hood. Yeah, and then we're going to build something around it that actually does look like the James Webb. That'd be the premise. That'd be the day that I die. So we're going to need our reference photos back open, and we can, you know, carry on with actually developing the thing instead of just fixing what used to work. So James Webb Space, let's just make a note about the description of this. That you've got to, what is it that I have to do? Break symmetry. Like, I could... That's not how you spell symmetry, by the way. I could potentially break the symmetry in here now. Okay, we've got the other ones that... Save this as Mark 17, and then I'm going to remove from symmetry here. So now you're removed from symmetry there. I'm going to need to add to the action groups when I press 1. Has it split them both in? Oh, wow, that is... Hey, I have just stopped expecting any basic level of competence from the coders. But okay, that did split both of them into that, which means I should be able to also trust that on the zeros, anything that needed to be split was split off. Let's see if just breaking the symmetry will now allow it to deploy without me having to right-click toggle shit once we're live in the world. So that's Mark 17, launch it. Hello, Light Guy 89. How's it going? It's going okay. We've just remounted the horse after an hour. The horse that we thought we had broken and tamed and saddled and put little strings in its hair, and it was just like our best friend. You walk away for 3 weeks, you come back, the horse immediately kicks you in the teeth. Fucking horses. You know how it is. Don't tell me you're going to do the origami foldy thing as well, says Bob's Builder. I'm going to do something for the light/heat shield, but I'm not going to kill myself over it because there's no fabric physics in Kerbal Space Program. And trying to even replicate the look of it is going to be sort of beyond. So what I'm planning on doing is just something with solar panels and radiators, because they at least have a deployment thing where they fold out from a collapsed deal and come out like that. So it's probably as close as I'm going to get and as far as I'm going to go toward it. Been watching you years ago, says Lens do. You did some Minecraft survival thingy on YouTube. The KSP vids were awesome as well. Somehow found you here. Might, right? Minecraft is too easy. The mod for Minecraft that makes Minecraft incredibly difficult. So, having touched nothing, having not unfolded anything else, if I just press 1, do we actually get both sides to deploy? Huh. Huh. I had to break, so it's breaking the symmetry works. I certainly could increase the speed of that, but I mean, once we get it up there and we're finally unfolding it for the main event, it seems reasonable to. I'll go ahead and hit 2 and make sure that we can deploy on this angle again. As soon as these are away, I'll hit 0 because that's my main concern. Okay, and now we have clearance on all of those, so 0. Did we get the full flower? Looks like it to me. Yeah, looks like we got the full flower effect to me. And we've got that light back there. right? You're on. Yeah. That's still quite bright on the old lighting, but I'm going to live with it. Okay, and now we've got a bit of light being thrown out there, which just, yeah, makes it nicer to look at from all of the angles. Good. We have, you know, this works deployment-wise. Huzzah. Breaking symmetry is almost mandatory with proper technical build. Good evening. Hello, Dandy. Yeah, that seems to have solved our woes. So, we're good with that, and that brings us to the first live stream. But you know, we've been here for an hour and 5 minutes just fighting it to get it to work. So we're going to do a live stream break 7 minutes away. When we come back, we're on to, I'm going to need to pull up my, my reference photos for the James Webb Space Telescope, and we're on to building the acoustic cooling system that lowers the temperature of the sensor to, what is it, like 6 degrees Kelvin, which is 6 degrees above 0 Kelvin, 0 Kelvin being the purely theoretical concept of absolute zero, where I think if you actually had absolute zero going on, I believe the problem would be that space and time would break down because there would be no way for energy to ever enter that system again, because there would be no movement of any energy or particles or anything. So, yeah, 6. I believe it is like 6.2 degrees Kelvin, something like that. 6 degrees above the theoretical zero of the universe. But that's what we'll just break the universe. Again, we've been doing it for a while in Kerbal Space Program. We'll be doing that 7 minutes from now after this live stream break. Don't go anywhere except to get a snack and meet me back here, Paw Not Out.
Noise you couldn't quite locate.
Hello, I am the Ronan Bowen, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Bowen live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bowen. You know how happy it makes me when I come back as the music is coming to an end. It's like I timed it, which I didn't. I definitely didn't. You do it enough times, it's going to happen occasionally. Hello, Jake Mole. Doesn't come back in a minute and 30 seconds. He owes me a McDonald's. I cannot disagree. So here's our James Webb Space Telescope on the pad in 0.1 gravity. We have hacked the game. I mean, we've just gone onto the Alt F12 menu, turned cheats on, hacked gravity to be 0.01 of its usual here on Kerbal for testing. If I were to unhack gravity, hey, that ain't bad. And remember when I was saying earlier that there's no fabric physics in Kerbal Space? Well, I've created it with hexagonal structures there. That's actually not awful. I'm curious what happens. Let's rehack gravity there and just get it flitting in all of the other directions. And oh yeah, yep. I wonder if I can get this to settle down. Yeah, we're just going to fizz warp then if I hit those, aren't I? I would be curious to see with the minor changes that we've just made when we load it out. Let's revert to launch. It shouldn't work. Reverting to launch never works on this craft. But we'll try reverting to launch. And if it does what we expect it to, then I'll go back in, we'll pop it back out, because I'm curious to see, okay, yep, that's the kind of thing that happens when you revert to launch. Yeah, just all the pieces no longer, and yep, just like that. That's what I thought. Revert to the spaceplane hangar. We'll load it back out and see what happens when it's packed and it's under, gravity. Which, I turned it off, didn't I? You turned it off and left it off. God damn it, I'll go back out. Physics is what happens. By the way, before we went to live stream break, I said that the James Webb Space Telescope uses an acoustic thermal pump in order to get the temperature of its sensor that's actually capturing the images down to 6.2 degrees Kelvin. And I said that, wait a second, so Alt F12, unhack gravity. That ain't bad. I want to see that loading out from scratch. So one more time. I said that 6.2 degrees Kelvin above 0 degrees Kelvin, which is the theoretical concept of absolute zero, of no temperature, aka no energy. And I said that it was theoretical because if you could get a place in space that was that at absolute zero, then no energy could ever enter it again. I like that idea. It's probably very wrong. But I mean, just imagining the concept of heat, thermodynamics, and, oh, that holds together well under gravity. Just imagining the idea of you make a space where, any energy that's used to be there is no longer, is absent, it's zero, and so if you've got any energy and it tries to enter that zero space, that it just, slams to a halt. It can't move into it anymore. It becomes a black hole of exactly the opposite, that everything is sticking to it, instead of just being, whipped around. Which, no, I'm pretty sure that's not the way that would work, because when we're talking about, the lack of heat, we're talking about the lack of any energy in the space. And so maybe that's why it's a theoretical concept of absolute zeros, because, would that mean that there's almost a universe-sized pressure of all energy to try and fill the point at which you drew to absolute zero? And so it's really hard to keep the energy out of that point, because it all wants to come in. Helium cryostat ain't it for the MIR detector. I know that they're using an acoustic thermal pump system that they had to engineer from scratch and of their own in order to minimize any kind of mechanical movement, in order to make sure that, like, where there is mechanical movement, it's constantly, you know, in opposing forces so that it's imparting the same amount of energy in both directions so as not to vibrate or move the telescope, change its rotation and that kind of a thing. In terms of what chemicals they're using for their heat pump, all I know is that it's a completely closed system. I don't know what it is. I wonder if we will get updates on the aligning with each new frame showing the reflections of the star moving closer and closer together. Okay, we could do that. We could do that. No kitties, says Lava Lamp. Thank you for the support on Patreon, by the way. We'll see. It's hard to gather them all up in one place. But yeah, that loads in very nicely under gravity, and then the deployment would just rip it apart. Shall we watch it rip itself apart? So, again, if I press 1, this should now work. Very slow, deliberate movement there to deploy the side bits. And we're going to get up to engineer to, you know, going back to designing the rest of the thing now. But just final little test under the weight of gravity, which we would never be deploying it under gravity here. But just out of curiosity. And there's definitely some bend at the tips of everything under that weight. And then 2, see what the rotor can manage to do. Turn on the lights just in case they help us see anything. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna flop pretty hard open. Mm-hmm. Yep. And just perfectly to spec as we designed it. Yep. Just like that. A little bit more and almost open now. Third little lunge is when we finally get full. There we go. Just close that hinge up. No, just one. Sometimes it takes 4. Never done this before. There we go. Total deployment, under gravity, JWST, and now we'll just align our mirrors. I promise you, it did happen. They are now, and then now they're not, and then now they are. Just like that. Simple as that, everybody. That's shockingly good. I'm surprised it works even that good. Back to the spaceplane hangar and on to, you know, making more of this damn thing. Snap. Why didn't it break? Because I just engineered it so well. It's got so much structural stability from these parts that are just faked into a hexagon. I'm pretty sure this is just, every one of these is just dragged off of its build point of that, and then these are just made to look like they're there. So it's because of my excellent engineering, obviously. Derp. We're gonna need me some reference photos here. So JWST. Can we just JWST and get images? And then drag it over here. And see what we got. We got, so there's this big black thing around it. I don't know if we're going to be doing that. We're probably not going to be doing that. But really from the rear would be seeing what she looks like when she's all packed up. I need that rear view. And we had some nice animations that actually showed the rear view of it. Here she is deployed from the underbutt. From the butternut. Butterneath. Wow. Look at that packed up. NASA animations maybe is what I need, like NASA, JWST, deployment, and beauty animations. Hey, here we go. That's, which one is like ridiculously long and shows the whole process? None of them? They're all broken into little bits and bobs and ends and odds? Animation of solar array and antenna deployment. That might be what we're looking at here. Okay, so this is from the rear. That's the solar panel, huh? That's it? Just that? Yeah, well, that's easy enough to get to. But this whole back construction. And then underneath there is all of that. I want more. What do we got? Unitized pallet structure. UPS. They're using UPS to send this thing up? I thought they were launching rockets. And then that deploys out down. And then from there is where we unfold all of the solar shield. Both sides. With this being a little bit underneath that one. Aha. Okay. And then here we go. So solar panel from the lowest point, and then these two fold out. A bit more solar on that at the end. So that's something to bear in mind. Oh, and then the whole damn thing lifts up a bit. I don't know if we're gonna do that. That sounds like a lot of work there. And then what do we got? Pan across the finish. This is kind of out of order, guys. This is low angle dolly shot. Camera circles spacecraft. Solar array and antenna. Sun shield deployment. But you've already deployed it, so what do you mean? Just angling it up? Lovely for you. That's bully. Alright, well it's separating it into all of its layers as it does that. Sure. I don't think we're gonna go that far with it, are we? Duct tape and super glue. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mod it in. Science collection. I think you just right click and press collect. That's how it's always worked for me. Momentum trim tab and solar array deployment. I'm looking for this sun shield. Like from... So it comes down in these flaps that were folded up along the front and back of it. And then we did notice, you know, and people were like, are you gonna make that? So, I don't know. Little flappy shield majigger madoodle. Okay, I think I got some general ideas. General ideas. And also, where was that? That was a pretty cool shot we had. Pretty helpful shot. Was it you? Yeah, this. Because it's showing me, like, basically, here's our, you know, radiator. here's our thermal acoustic resonance chamber thing that they invented, and that now I want one in my refrigerator, damn it. When do I get a home version of a 6-degree Kelvin fridge? When are we getting there? I want my tech. Yeah, that's about where I am. It's a lot. So much structure. So much structure. If I get you out of the way, where do I start on this? There's those things with the flap and whatnot. But I'll tell you where you start, actually, is on none of the things you just looked at. Cool. That means we're going back. What does the interior, like, the cone here look like? Just give me a shot of this so it comes way the fuck out, and it's just like all blacked out in there, huh? Play it. Also, did they render this at 4:3 and then stretch it to 16:9? Anybody else noticing that the perspective on these hexagons is a bit... How did the real one get up there? In pieces? No, it was one launch. One incredibly packed launch, right? So that's what we're aiming for ourselves. But yeah, that popping out like that. I'm going to take a little bit artistic liberty, I think, because I really like this. So if we had this, it's nice the way that it does the thing, but I'm going to rip you off. And then we got that and that. Sure. We need a big standoffy kind of deal. What do we got in terms of aerodynamic-nesses? So it will stand out, well, as tall as it really needs to. What do we got in terms of something that's got that pyramidal shape to it? Anything? Bueller? Just adjustable, you know? That was a joke. I grabbed that as a ha 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 ha, not that, right? And then I'm like, that might be that might be what we're using, actually. Do you have alternate colors? You don't. So we're not going to be able to make it black. But, like, I am sitting here thinking if I add 4 of them. We start out with some, okay, no snapping. Start out with like that. In fact, so then maybe come out to there. Out to here. Ourselves an angle in. It would take a lot of them to create what we're trying to create out of that. So that's going to be a... That's probably going to be a no. I mean, as many as it would take, they are very lightweight anyway. What about the air brakes? You feel me? You're not feeling me, are you? There's not enough feeling me going on here. It's usually the case. They'd be mechanically deployable and stuff. Is there something... Whoa, let's try and, like, rack my brain of things that are in the game that I might think about. Just use wing strakes and try and assemble it. I mean, the thing is that it needs to be pyramidal, or yeah, pyramidal, so it would be like 2 of them coming down to the thing. Are you... Yeah, you're kind of just... Looks like just a straight up tube. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of angles to it. It's just 4-sided, maybe a bit rounded at the corners. Like Pawn is building it actually. What do you mean? I'm building it, ish. Like if I were to do something like that, then it would be you'd do that, and then you'd come in again, flip it upside down, spin it around. Everybody walk that dinosaur. We'd never get like the end tip that we're looking for off of that. What else have we got? Like things that you wouldn't think of that might do the job. Because I'm not hating the air brakes so far. There's not going to be anything... There are some things like that, though, aren't there? I feel like there's stuff in the game that I'm always like, and where the fuck would that even go, really? You know? Like, this doesn't merge with any of the cool parts. Giant long adapter, fuel adapter. Holy, hang on. Come on. I did like that. Emptied it of all its fuel. Do you have, there's no alternate texture color for that. I mean, it does something. About as close as much as I can say for it. It does something. It's not a ridiculous idea. It gets it done in a hurry. There is a bit of an oblongness to what we see in the actual James Webb. It's a bit short. Well then, actually, from here, you could go into the other kind of snapping and go for a four-sided symmetry. To there. Can you believe that suddenly came together into something? I didn't see that. That snuck right the hell up on me. That it kinda works. Holy crap, get rid of you. Where's the other ones? Get rid of you. Wrong color and everything, but that's kind of the shape we're looking for. In it, though. Drag it back a little bit. And then I would want to have a space telescope actually in there. Because I just want that lens. The lens is cool. So with a snap and then get the lens up so that it's parallel, perpendicular. Just make sure that it's good and dicular. I mean, I'm willing. I'm willing to have a little bit of something coming out of the bottom of it. Oh my god. Just so that you can look in there and see that there's a lens that's actually catching the light and there's all this structural shit going on. I'm not hating what I'm seeing. So now you have an air intake. What about a jet engine? And we see how fast this baby can go. I'm digging that. And we are using the variant where it gets rid of the hood and everything. I really like the lips that we're getting right now, but let me just grab this and see if I apply a little bit carefuler. Yeah, I like the lip. I like that you got that. It gives it more character. It looks like it's nicely welded together or something like that. It's pretty. That's pretty is what it is. And puts everything down there. I know that isn't really there, but just don't avert thy eyes, is what I'd say to that. And now, things that we got back here. I think this battery. That was just there for testing. It can remain just there for testing. I need you, and I want you, to want me. I need you to need me. If I just look down the barrel of the thing here, it should be right on that line. Is where you'd want that light to be shining, and it should light up the interior, which is just exactly the opposite of what you'd want. But I want to be able to, like, touch the light. If I need to touch it, I'm going to touch it. Do like that. It just becomes more stuff that's happening. I can still right-click on the probe. I can right-click on the light. Okay. It's supposed to be black, but as I said before, mind your own goddamn business, I think is what I said before. If it's not, what I meant to say was mind your own goddamn business. How did I get these to come together the way that I did there? Do I have in subassemblies? Do I have a James Webb mirror radial? James Webb mirror. I want it by name. James Webb mirror core. It's got the whole structure on it. Well, what? Well, That way, that way. And then if I grab you, and on an absolute snap, pull you down. We need an absolute rotation, by the way. Grab you again. It's just you, right? Yeah. Pull you back. Okay. A little bit off. Still a little bit off, too. That's odd. The center of that thing should be the center of that thing. Okay, now you're raised. Let's have you actually inset to about there. And then the idea would be black them out. Yeah. It just ain't black enough, you know? I prefer it to be in, and I don't like the texture and everything. I missed the entire space station saga in a fit of apathy, and now I have to ask Pawn, how come this James Webb telescope is such a big dealio? I don't know. People seem to like it. You can never tell. You gotta ask the marketers. It's getting deeper, farther, clearer pictures of the universe than we've ever had before. That's all. Unless you meant more, you know, in relation to why does anybody care or watch what you're doing with this? And the answer to that is, if I know. It's supposed to be the successor of the Hubble, and that telescope was extremely successful, so high bars were met. It's supposed to be big and shiny and shit. It's supposed to be, this is like gold coated, so yeah, there's like a micron or something of a gold layer on all of those surfaces. In fact, we got it right over here. Some of the animations and images of it from NASA. I just, I wish this were bigger now. Looking at this, you know, I wish that were more sizely, and I just hate that it's not dark enough for my tastes with that. But there isn't an alternative except to like go kind of a different direction on it. Back there's no alternate skin for that part, there's no alternate skin for that part, so if we like the shape that we've got, I can make this look bigger by just drawing it forward. Oh, and you're attached to that, right. But if I draw you forward further, I'll draw you as far forward as I can before I sort of leave its mounting point there. And then I'll get in here, grab this structure, and pull it back to that just a bit inset that we liked. That I liked. And then you had to like because I'm in charge here, motherfucker. What are you doing there? You're not supposed to exist. It's not bad. But instead of having that whole gangly thing, I could just, I'm going to make a copy of you, and I'm going to try this. Bear with me, we can always Control Z. So we take this, and I'm going to do 6-sided symmetry. Chin like that. Pull you down. Pulling until we get the corners lined up. Without a gap. Yeah, there's a little bit of... Why is there a little bit of that? Give me an absolute, and then a snap, and then that should be perfect. And when I drag it out, there shouldn't be, yeah, any lateral gap between them. Come on. Okay. And then on that absolute, pull it back forward, fill the space. Well, but you liked the little lip. Seems like it's letting a lot of light through around the edges, but hey, who cares? It'll be space behind there. I don't hate it. I wish the coloring was right, but I think we're gonna leave off on that because I'm mainly happy with the fact that we now have a telescope lens in there, and also that this would work in game for finding asteroids and shit, because we've got a telescope embedded in it. So okay. From there, we'll save that as the Mark 17. I don't see any reason why that should be problematic or it should end up running into anything. The whole downy, platformy biddy. We know from these animations that the whole thing actually goes up a little bit, and if we wanted to get crazy about this, then we would put, you know, one big, heavy, long telescoping cylinder attached to, I guess, back here. Do I have a free? I do. And then on a snap, perfectly 90 degrees straight up and down. Looks like a good connection. Target extension as far as you can go. Yeah. You're not quite making it. Also, you're penetrating a whole bunch of stuff as you do. Which means that would have to be out. And I just gotta, like, decide where I would want it. If I want it at all. That's as far out as it can go before I have to hold shift. If I hold shift, we get actual clearance that we would need. And it's still not tall enough. But if we've got something down here from which to mount it to, then it's really just a matter of, yeah, being able to and move it up a little bit. In fact, we could use the smallest of them. Could we? I don't know, actually. Let me, again, Control Z is always an option here. So which side is the one that extends? I think it's that one. Put you there. Spin you down. Pull you out a bit. And then full extension only comes down to there on you. It just looks a little bit feeble, doesn't it? But having seen that, it does encourage me that maybe we could use one of the smaller ones. I just don't go to the full-on, biggest, nastiest mofo of them. Maybe I use this one. Again, back down. Again, drawn out. Go up a little bit further out, because I do want it to have clearance to the next thing. Target extension to, like, there. Yeah, it's kind of reasonable. Reasonable-ish. Could also be something else down there. Like, at this point, we're looking at I-beams or something in order to cover this gap. I think you're better off with, I'm better off with the longest hydraulic just because it's the longest thing in the game. The reason why we ended up building this out of a pair of these together was because we didn't really have an option. Yeah. Give me you, back down like that, throw you back on, we'll stick with it. What are you doing? Don't try and put 1,000 of them on a bunch of different places. Is that right? Yep. I just didn't love the clearance, but maybe we build a little something off of it to make it look like the clearance is better than it is. I guess the translation tool is all the way down here. So that's as far as it wants to go before I start holding shift. Out to there, just give you enough clearance. And then you have clearance everywhere else up to here. And then something off of which to mount that doesn't look stupid. We've been using a lot of these. Is that an absolute? It is. I'm not sure if we're succeeding at the it not looking stupid part here. I think I'm okay with that. I don't completely loathe it, and that's important. So now that gets me down to here, and I can change, you know, where all the rest of this stuff is going to be by building it, you know, just controlling the target extension later. And now what we're looking at is, you know, the radiator, all this stuff, actually. Yeah, this is what I want to see. So this goes down to the whole, like, pack of everything. Like, really, if we're going to have a dedicated probe for this thing, which we don't need, but this is where that would go. We've got some big, weird-looking probe things. And they're shiny, and they got all the fun shapes to them. This one... Wow, I attached you to a snap point and you're hovering above the part. Good job, Kerbal. Oh, you contain xenon? And the amount of electric charge you give us just by being on there. I've already got one of these at the tip, right? I got something like this at the tip. What I can't go high. It won't. Game won't. I'm not allowed. I can't. It doesn't. And then, but I won't. Seriously? I'm not allowed to see the top of it? Yeah, I got, is that this one or? That's this one. Which contains 1,000 electric charge. It is LFO. It's got liquid fuel and oxidizer in it. It's got a nice reaction wheel. Okay, did I realize that when we built it? If I right-click on you, drain the LFO out. Alright. That should actually make it deploy a little bit less janky. Doesn't need all that weight at the tip of that thing. And now we've got xenon down here, which we could get rid of. That's an incredible amount of electric charge, but, you know, it needs electric charge, I guess. I'm looking at on this underbody structure. Like, I mean, that's a pretty good substitute for at least the sort of radiator-looking grill that's coming off the back of this. And then you got all this crap down here. So the above bit that's actually attached to the mirror, and then the comes down to there, and etc. and so on. I might even feel better about that than looking at where it is. No, it's right. It's just small. It's small for it is the thing. But I'm not. I don't want to. Gonna be balancing a number of different concerns here. Oh wow. Oh wow. I've never used that before. That's got a hell of a lot of attachment points to it. if I drain the liquid fuel out of you, just to create more, you know, everything. With Absolute Snap, do you snap to a node that helps me here to make those aligned? You do not, okay? I just eyeball you. Makes it look like that just sort of carries on below. I mean, this gets us to just low enough right there. The idea of having this big television backing. That's what it looks like to me, right? It's just an old school tube CRT television backing there. That's like a lot to just throw on there for the sake of it looking a certain way, but I'm not convinced not to do it yet. What's your panel look like when I make it black? Just put it somewhere so I can see it, okay? And then the 2x2 structural, smaller. Oh wow. Oh wow, okay. I didn't know that you could do that. I mean, I've got a certain, you know, visual modification pack in here, so there's that. Silver, those are all neat. All of those are neat. But if we did want to make a television box for it back here, the television box would want to be built off of, like, stuff built off of that, I suppose. It's going to be, that adds a lot of weight. That's 0.3 tons, no, 0.3 tons per one of these. These are heavy metallic structural parts. And to give it all that empty space inside just to mirror the general aesthetic is going to cost a lot of weight. Absolute Snap. Does that look? That's not dead center. If I made this dead center to start, pulled it out, stand you upright. Nope. Try and follow the... Oh god, there's so many attachment points. So very many attachment points. There you go. Like, I'm willing to have one that's way smaller than it really is. To pseudo, half, nearly, almost simulate. In fact, okay, so here's how you would do that then, Paul. What? How would I do that then? You take this, okay, put it upright, flip it over, and then can I have four-sided symmetry on the node? I cannot. So instead, four-sided symmetry. Snap you up. Are you on an absolute? You are, but you're still penetrating, because game. Penetrating and texture tearing. Still texture tearing. Now we have a gap. Now no gap, and no texture tear. And then from here, because it doesn't look like there's one under, remove you from symmetry. And throw you away. Remove you from symmetry. And then I can control you individually. Give you the TV box treatment. And then the two of you should still be in symmetry, a two-sided symmetry now, and can come in like that. And it looks nothing like it's supposed to. I mean, it's just so much weight and empty space that I hate to actually try and make it the way it is. So then from there, I've got... So I'm gonna put you on like that, and then onto a local snap. Okay, didn't mean for this to be on both sides. Remove you from symmetry. Throw you away. Go to black. Am I gonna need the equilateral? Like that might be right. Removing you from symmetry, throwing you away. Grabbing you. Going for a two-sided mirrored symmetry. Give me absolute snapping. Make you perfectly flat. I mean absolute translation. And give me that perfect gap again. It's a bit, that's an actual gap, not a perfect one. And then with the snap, bring you in. I mean, it's something. It's certainly not the giant back that this thing seems to have on it. If I play that, no, and then go full screen. See, look at all the space that they needed to get this done. Suckers. Suckers. I'm not even putting anything back there, if I have mine. Oh. After all that work, you know what would work? But the problem is that you can't, like, change the color of it, would be if the backing were made of wings, because the wings are huge. So you could do it out of wings, and they would actually fill up the space for the same amount of weight. But like I say, your issue would end up being that you can't change them from being just straight up white. That would certainly fill the space better. But yeah, no changing them from white. Big ass delta wing. Wow, that's as big as the wings get even, huh? Goodness. Goodness. You're 0.2 tons. And I'd need 2 of you in order to make 1 of those. But you would be filling the space. So it would actually end up being heavier. Because we go back to structural, and I'm using those, and it's 0.3 tons per. So I end up being 0.4 tons per side in order to do that. And we end up with the wrong color and everything. I don't know, like, how dedicated do we want to be to, I like that it would fill up the space. I would be willing to sacrifice having, like, a similar metallic color if I could fill that space. Something of the appropriate size. Because I'm just underwhelmed by that. That doesn't... that don't do it for me. You gotta go away. You gotta go live somewhere else. I'm sorry. We don't have any more room at the inn for y'all. 2 of you, mirror mode. Something like that. Are we snapped? We're not snapped. Now we're snapped. You guys like that. Find the spacing that we like where the line is just barely there or isn't there at all. I don't want any texture tearing though. And that is... yeah, that's texture tearing. It's about a pixel away from not being. Okay. Local or absolute? Absolute. God damn it, I held shift. Control Z. If I do that, and then I don't have a snap, then I can pull it back as far as I feel a need to. We'd want you centered, which I should have done first. But this is all aesthetic, so I guess I'll convince myself that we're okay anyway. I might be able to reduce the amount of weight and parts, actually. Because this doesn't need to be as long. So, are we looking at just a straight up box on the sides? If we come back like this, is it square? As they whip around it? Yeah. Yeah, those sides do be square, though. I timed my 45-minute oven lasagna perfectly with the space Oreo magic cookie kicking in at the right moment. Who? What? Who? Yeah. Yeah, so that's actually saving us 0.2 tons by not having to do a double thing there, and that adds up to something, and etc., and it'll probably cancel itself out, actually, in the longer run. Give me one more of these. No. I'm just gonna have this on one side, apparently. And then with an absolute snap, does an absolute snap help me? It does not help me at all. Stop it. Stop it. I'm just gonna try and find the middle-ish there. And then with a local snap, 1, 2, 3, wait, I just want 45, that's 45. On a local snap, nope, see now you've moved it. It should have been a local snap, wasn't it? Oh no, now it's a local snap. Oh well no, I do need it to be an absolute so I can drag it up, so it'll just be without a snap. And it still snapped it. Cool, thanks. Thanks, game. Didn't like how far I'd drawn it in a certain direction. Whatever. Whatever. This whole bit is going to be eyeballed anyway, so. Ooh. Ooh, that's sexy. I like that line. Good. Good. And then we need a wing bit. Preferably an equilateral triangle. I mean, maybe 90 is the right one. The 90 is going to go too far in one direction is the thing, and then I have to fill the space. Equilateral would not go far enough. I mean, we got this one here. What size are we talking about? Goddamn motherfucking massive. I could have made the whole thing out of these. 2 of them. But it would have been the Similar situation. 0.2 tons instead of 0.2 tons each. Yeah, it's the same thing. Give me a triangle that is half the scale. Small delta wing. That looks correct. So maybe I do, no? You want me to do radial or mirror on that and have it make sense? Because this is the, I see. I see. You prick. Well, what if I do here? Huh? What if I did it on this bit instead, bitch? Didn't see that shit coming, did you? Motherfucker. Snapping? Okay, with the snapping, I just gotta change the... No. Zoom in. It's the other thing about wings, the things that are like, you're always snapping them together into a very specific kind of alignment and that kind of thing. And the game has, the people who made it just didn't think about that at all. Didn't think about it that, like, these pieces don't snap together correctly, they don't merge together correctly, their lines don't run into one another in a way that makes sense. It's, and that would probably be because I'm pretty sure they just took all these parts from the modders. Pretty sure that's how they did that. They just stole all these bits from the modders. It's still so much bigger. Like, the backing here goes, like, all the way down to here. But at least we've got some kind of back on it. I don't fucking know. Almost double the scale of real life, says Bong Yeti. Is it? What is the size of it in real life? Because ours so far is 20.2 meters high. And that's with this going a bit past there. It's got a, well, in collapsed mode, it's got a width of 9.4, a length of 10.8. So yeah, it probably deploys to, what are we saying, 12 to 13 meters left to right? Maybe 15 meters. It's big, but, They hired the guy who put space planes and wings into the game. Original mod was C7 Aerospace, yeah. And this is what we got. Bunch of rounded edges that don't snap together, that the corners don't line up, that the literal, like, kindergarten level shapes don't merge together because of these designs. Like, you get to the corners where two things that, oh, well, this is this angle and this is that, and they snap together there, and then the ends just, like, over the top of each other. Then they added the spaceplane hanger to build horizontally. This was good. I like this. I like being able to control my camera and move about the space. But yeah, I wouldn't say that C7, this mod pack that became stock in the game, is saleable. They would, because they sold it. But I would disagree. It helps to extend it a bit. I don't know, now that I see it... Wait, am I able to see through there? Maybe. Little gap. Now that I see it, even at this scale, it's puny. It's puny is what it is. It's a wee puny babby little wee babby pune. Babby pune is what it is. Yeah. So swing it around a little bit more so I can see. See how much, like, it extends behind the fold too on theirs? Like, the whole thing, you have to grab from here and then without a snap, hold shift and pull the whole thing out. Like, it has to go all the way out to there. Or more. Yeah, it's about doubling the, it would be like that. Webb's primary meter is 6.5 meters across. Each of the 18 hexagonal-shaped mirror segments is 1.32 meters in diameter. 6.5 meters, so yeah, we're a little bit more than double the size. It just looked right to me for, like, how big the Kerbals were, and when I've seen the guys, like, moving the the mirror around. Apparently, I need to get my eyes checked. I don't know. This whole back piece is like, it's so excessive. It's so much, and it's so much that we don't need in order to deploy it. I feel like we're better off like making the creative, artistic choice to say we're not going to have this backing bit because we don't need it. We don't have all the interiors that are doing the things that they're doing in there. And anything that we do put on here is just, it's not going to match visually. It's going to take a ridiculous amount of parts to fill the space. It's going to be very difficult in order to get, like, this would have to be, and then that. I can already imagine how I could do that, actually. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Do I build this giant back to it that's just going to be an empty area, and it's going to be the wrong color and everything? Or do I just go with, let the rigid mechanical design of it be exposed? Because I know which one I prefer. And it's that second one. It's that there second one there. I'll tell you what I might work on, though, while we're doing... while I'm waiting to see if anybody has opinions. I might get rid of this. It's too small anyway. I didn't realize how immense the scale of this was until we got to this point. It truly is a massive thing that we've made. It might be two of those to get to have the space and then the movement and stuff like that. But I'll tell you what we discovered that looks real cool. Looks like it could work for the bottom bit. Like this stuff was under structural, very bottom when sorted by mass, the 2x2 structural panel in this particular texture skin mod pack. I really liked what we had going on here, where we're actually seeing through it. And incidentally, does that change the weight? It's just visual, purely visual, not changing the weight to do that. So we got an M 2x2 structural panel, and then we've got the, so it's not those. Where's the next structural panel? Next smallest, the 1x1. You also have the see-through bits. Yeah. Okay. I'm very concerned with weight. Always have been. The other thing that we can do is actually just make it silver. Yes, sir. Absolute snap. Okay. Like, are we fully below the mirror here? Yes, we are. We're below it, and then this comes out and then goes back. Okay. So this ends up being a lot bigger than I wanted it to be. I'll put you on like that, and then with an absolute snap. You're no bigger than it, though. So maybe it is just two? Yeah, I think it's going to be just two of these. So if I take you off, and then... You know how I should do it then? How should you do it then? I should do it with you, like this. Mirror mode. drop you. That's not with you. That's no. What the fuck is going on? Okay, you're like end pieces, but I've lost. Somewhere in there is the piece that I want to click on, but apparently it's merged into everything else, and I'm always grabbing the one that I don't want to click on. So go like up by one, and then that happens. I'm confused. I'm going back to before I did that. Put you back on. There's just one of you. What I want, you son of a bitch. Maybe we don't do mirror then. Fine. Is that good? Separation, good line, no texture tearing, no seam that you can see right through. Yeah, we're good. Good on that. And we're still a little bit wider than the base with that. So I'm going to back it up. It looks like actually their main column is a little bit forward on this too. Like there is more, it does lean that way on theirs. So hey, we're actually doing something out of necessity that also kind of works. Oh, but now I can't. Why can't you? Because when I pull this one away from the center of that, then that won't, and fuck me. It won't fuck you? What's wrong? Why wouldn't it fuck you? You're very attractive. Okay. If I put that on there, and I just do it the simple way that I, you know, decided was too simple for my taste. I thought it would save me time. It cost me time. Who could have seen that coming? Anybody who's not, this isn't your first day here, probably. So, and pull you back. Yep, good. And then grab this and lean it forward. And make sure we're not penetrating from there. We want that to go through. And I'm going to need another one of these. So back over to you. Liquid fuselage. Drain it. Pop you on. You okay? You okay? And then that would actually be full deployment right there. And then when it's packed up for shipping, be like that. 4.08, we got just enough clearance on that. Okay. 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 Why are you no longer providing me the clearance that I need? You used to provide the clearance that I needed. And now you do not. Remember when you provided me the clearance that I needed? That was cool. I liked that. Let's do that again. Oh, it must have been a hold shift kind of a thing, and I must have not held shift every time I interacted. Okay. You're back up to there, which means this plate. And we put for it to attach to that it isn't attached to, but, you know, maybe it looks like it. What? Why does that select? Oh, 'cause bye. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was asking you guys whether or not we should do that, and then I've been looking over at chat. I didn't see the answer that I wanted to see. I didn't see any answer. Alright, that's believable enough. And then we've got the clearance. And then grab you, move you forward a little bit more. Oh, well, that's kind of the perfect everything there. And that's our bottom box. Our bottom platform box. Like, is that like way bigger than it ought to be? I mean, other than that the whole craft is way bigger than it apparently ought to be. It needs to be just the size of it when it's folded up, right? Look at it like that, and the boxes matches its folded up everything. Oh, and off of the box, we'll fold up our heat shield, our solar shield, and our panels. So yeah, it needs to be whatever the size is of the collapsed version. It needs to be that. Son of a bitch, it's a little bit smaller than that. It doesn't need to, is what I've just decided, because I'm in charge here. Alright, show me, like, what angle am I looking at this in terms of deployment? So there's the face. That comes down and out, and then that comes down and out. Okay. Where are you deploying from again? From the top of the box. Right. For those. And then it looks like the solar panel deploys from the bottom of the box. Simple. Beautiful. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. So back to structural, because apparently I threw away the part that I'd been hanging on to, which is the 1x1 structural panel. These are 2x2s. Let's give this thing sides, and let's play with the neat lookingness of it. Ooh. So how much do the 1x1s weigh? Presumably half of what the 2x2s weigh. Where are they? 0.075. The 2x2s weigh 0.3. So they're actually a lot lighter. But you do need 4 of them at 0.075, which means with the 3 point, it ends up being more than just 1 of them. But less than 2 of them, mileage and how it will vary. Did you put that somewhere that's cool? I mean, no. From you, what if we were in radial instead of mirror mode? Where would you go? You go there. And then if you're in mirror mode, we cannot have mirror mode. Understood. No snapping. Radial. You. Give me an absolute and a snap. No? And then look at where it decides to line up with the part, too. It's like half in, half out. It's beautiful. Alright, so if I just do this like 600 times... Snap, no snap. Why are you going off at an angle there? It's very odd. Very odd of you to do. Put you on like that, and then that was an absolute snap, and it pulled it directly to where we wanted. Alright, so that makes that easier to do. And then the idea here would be, you know, we can do this stuff. Yeah. And just give it, you know, some openness and some interesting things. Is that what I was looking at? That's not what you're looking at. Give it some non-symmetry in order to give it more structuralness as and where it needs it. If I take you and replicate you on this side of things, hold shift and pull over, and that gets you in line. Hold shift and pull up, and that puts you not quite right. Maybe I should have the other one be not quite right too, because that'll just be so much more easy to deal with. If I do that, then everybody being not quite right makes it look quite right. And then you can be silver. Oh, and you're at a different angle too. Okay. That's good, I guess. Yeah. And then you got, yeah, just weirdness going on. The hope with the JWST is to find the earliest massive black hole out there because they think that even before any galaxy was ever formed in this reality, it was possible for black holes to form and evolve into massive and even supermassive black holes. To form into super holes, massive black... But they don't know why. In fact, they thought it would be impossible. So, probably it was possible for black holes to form and evolve into massive and even supermassive black holes. That at the beginning, all of the energy being kicked out and thrown around, that things would have been slamming into each other enough to create a black hole, and then in the early state of the universe where everything was that much more closer together, those black holes that were formed would have more to feed off of, and create supermassive black holes, and then if they can find that one, then you know, they can watch it collapse because it should be... should be ripping itself apart or something. They thought gravity wasn't strong enough at the time. What if we're in a black hole? Man, this blunt. Well, dude, though, what if... So I'll put within then more of this. More of this. Not you, though. Take the one that you've already got, and then we'll just keep attaching stuff to it. No snap, I think, for this yet. And then flip it over. I like the idea of doing that. And then with the snap, hold shift, pull it up, hold shift, pull it right, and that gets it into a place. And give me you, because I'm of an opinion. Are you of an opinion? I am of an... You know what if I did that, and then I did the whole snappity snip, snippity snap, and I got rid of you. I took this guy, did the same thing from that side, and that should fill up the space. Which was I attaching you to this, though? I think I was attaching you to this. Yeah, maybe putting it upside down. No snap. More or less in that position. Hit the snap. Hold shift, pull it up. Hold shift, pull it left. Okay. And then... What? Oh, right. That would be there, wouldn't it? I have to do that on both sides. Yeah. Remove you from symmetry. You go over there. Remove you from symmetry. You wait over here. Down to one-sided. No snap. Flip it over. Drop it in. Snap. Pull it up. Pull it left. Grab you. Spin it round. Drop it in. Snap. Pull it up. Pull it left. Okay. It's just that it's not going to be like a perfectly mirrored thing. You know, we can imagine there are places and reasons why those wouldn't have to have the silver wrapping on them or something like that. I don't know, it just, you know, it makes it visually interesting. We have a platform on which for the rest of the JWST to sit, and now we can pack things up under in that bitch. Yo. Lava Lamp gifting a sub to Den D. That's 18 gift subs. Thank you so much, Lava Lamp. Den D, welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Yeah, easy with all the snapping, Thanos. Sorry, Billy. Sorry, Billy! Oh, Billy! Wow. You say Billy once, and, like, suddenly, like, years of Jacksepticeye just come running into your head all at once, and then there's green ooze and purple floating all around. Save you as the Mark 18. We have a platform, anyway. And we have deployment ability. So I'm actually going to set the extension limit to 4.08 on that. And the target extension can now Just like we see it do. It does that. It doesn't do much more than that. Huzzah. And then on the front, we're looking at, well, on the back of it, we see a solar panel that folds out. In fact, where's the animation for that? And Lava Lamp gifting another sub to a guy called Pi. Welcome back to Big Dick Club Pi, and thank you so much again, Lava Lamp. You are helping me pay my bills with this activity of yours lately. So, you know, watch it. By which I mean, thank you. Is that... Can we get away with that without any, like, mechanical rotation or anything? Watch it again. This is the solar panel coming off the back side. See the CRT there? That's where the ion gun fires through the magnetic coils in order to deflect them at the... And then make your ears ring if you lose a toy underneath there as a kid. That's what I remember most. We can probably something, and if it's at the right angle, it just deploys in that general direction. Yeah? So, what size solar panel are we talking about here? We got these guys. They're too small. Apparently we're talking about the friggin' Gigantors. Wow. Wow, I made this thing big. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I made this thing kind of big, is the thing. You know, go big or go home. Everything's bigger in Texas. I went, this is welcome to Texas, people. Control Z, bring it back. Like that. I did not go home, is what I'm saying. They said go big or go home, and I hung around quite a bit later than anybody really wanted me to. So wait, you go like that? Which way do you know, you have an upward angle to you. Alright, I don't think it's a 45, I think it's more like a 15, 20. Let's do that. Okay, and then I'll bring you over. Can we make these into basically one solar panel? We can indeed. But that is way too much angle on that. So bring it back down. Bring it back down. Oh, you guys are also deploying from the bottom, not the top. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Stop giving it away to those rude Bill people. Bill? You're helping me. Oh, right, the rude Bill people that I'm paying with the, yeah. He's a dick, really. We're not talking about you, Billy Bob. Billy! Mr. Thornton, I'm so happy to have you here. You know, average-sized fan, like median, maybe even more sort of the mode-sized fan. You know, not average or median, but the mode. Still, pleasure. Yeah, that's the biggest friggin' solar panel, and we needed 2 of them because I accidentally made my JWST about twice the size of the original. Hey, we're up to 27 tons, part count of 451. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Hmm? And also this platform looks like it's probably supposed to be a little bit deeper, but nah, it's fine. It's fine. That's about the right size. Don't fuck with me. Don't you fuck with me. Communication. We saw that it's got to sort of fold out like HG5 style, is what it looked like to me. There was a solar array and antenna deployment. We go back, we go into the big this, right? So, antenna. Watch that. Don't be distracted by this. This is here just trying to take your eye away from the important thing that's going on here, which is that folding out and down and in and under. Out and in and down and under and in and down and around. All right. Hey, there. No, I did it. We're done. Good. Nailed it. Problem with this is that these guys don't do like a 360 rotation. They just don't. They never have. They will as soon as Linux Guru Gamer decides to make them do that. But you mount you on an actual rail to start with, and then I don't like. I see what you want it to do in the real world one, and I'm saying Kerbal though. What about Kerbal? Is the thing. There's a number of different like things here. If we extend the antenna that way, then it'll open like that. But it doesn't just open 180. There's no version of it that does 180. So it'd be like that, and then down to there. That annoys me. That does annoy me. I mean, I could put it on a rotor and all that kind of stuff, but guess who doesn't want to fuck with that? What do you look like when you do your thing? You do that, and what's the other version? So in order for that to work in the correct direction, you'd need to be like that. Yeah, and then you'd be like up here. And then you'd have to be all the way in there if you didn't want all your things to, yeah. This is gonna be the one, I think. But we would want it so that extend antenna was actually the one that brought it down. So when it's extended, that's the thing though, it's extended and then that means when we pack it up, it's never gonna be right. Why do I always end up fighting antennas for this? It's not the first time. And see how it, and then it rotates around. They were just showing off with that. Like, who designed that part? How many mechanical moving things? And that's your communications rig? Like, did it need to be that complicated? Did you need to have it flit around like that? I'm pretty sure you didn't. You're just showing off. Ugh. If you're like this, and then you're like that, and then how do you retract? Okay, hey, there you go. I mean, it's not quite what they got going on, but that'll work for me. I'll have it on the interior instead. And then the fact that that's like you can see it through here and something and internal justification monologue for doing what's easiest instead of massively overcomplicating it. Love it. Love it. Think we're nailing it there. And then just because they seem to have done it at like an angle just to be dicks about it, really. If you ask me, that's just to be a dick about it. Just so that I would have more difficulty during this live stream. Assholes over at NASA. We can retract that to there. It's not penetrating. When we extend it, it's right down there. Just like theirs is there, and it extends into other things. Beautiful. That's how that's going to be. Alright, so we've got the solar, and we've got the comms. Any coin flowage to pawn is good flowage. Thanks again. Oh, yes. I agree. So, yeah, let's save that. So that's our solar and our comms. We've reproduced that entire animation. And then the main sails fold down from along the front here. I think that being the case, you gotta no holes in the frontage. You could have holes back here where it's important for the venting, the airflow in space. But yeah, everything folds down from here, like, when they fold down, where's that again? Show me that shit again. Second and primary mirror, sun shield deployment. If we go back to the beginning, no, that's not the. I want the one where it's folding out. Do you have one where it's folding out? Folding down and out, down and folding out, and folding down. Fly through. Camera slowly circles. Constellations fade in. Alright, get over yourselves. Just show me how the thing works. This one, right? I guess I'm wrong. I must be wrong about... Yeah, look at the box now. Look at the box now. I mean, yeah, the box does end there, but then there's this extension, I guess? There's this extension for that to be able to... Because this has to collapse up over the, you know, receiving mirrors, the actual lens, the final lens. Receiving lenses. So seeing that now, like, yeah, there's definitely hangs out a little bit more at the front, as though it's not stupid. The way that mine is, it's a little different, just a little bit, not quite. I like how tight it packs up, but maybe I could adjust that. If I grabbed onto these, and I got the angle limit, and then why you no do anything? Oh, because you're not motorized or anything. Right. I needed that so that it can just... This drives it open completely. But if I... No, you should still be able to do this, I would think. So you would give it a motor, engage the motor, and then do it again in order to get the target angles back. And then if I had you, like, out to there... I mean, it'd be more realistic. Can I make that adjustment simple enough so that the deployment will still work? That would be limiting your angle to a minimum of 19. And then the deal here would be... you there. I've got more. You're all loose is the thing. You're all just loose and flowing, and my god, the thing's so big I can't get to the fucking top of it. Grab you. Lower. Thank you. So I still need these things to end up aligning. And even if I adjust that, that's not going to change anything for me there. You need to be underneath it. And... no, you need to be on top of it. So if I pulled it up and then rotated it... I think it's too much to be bothered with. I like that it would be more like the original, but to try and get that all working again, no. I'm going to Control Z until we're back to... oh, are we already back to? If I Control Y one time, one time, one time. What's your deal? Just confirm this was the last thing we did when we extended. Extends correctly. Good. You need a really big telescope to get a clear picture of an exoplanet. I played all the way through Exopunks. What's an exoplanet? One that's dark. It's the one that's exoing the party. It's leaving early. got its coat. It's heading out, saying its goodbyes. Yeah. That's why you need a big telescope to see it, because it's already down the road. Mm-hmm. He's getting pulled over by the sheriff. Sees it swerving, leaving the party. It's been waiting. The sheriff's been waiting outside for the exit planet all fucking night, too, because it's like, I'm going to catch this son of a bitch. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Let's get his shit together. Exoplant equals brother from another mother. Now we're talking about plants? You guys with your weed, man. Everything's weed with you people. It's just all... Yeah? Yeah, you got your box. You're being distracted, aren't you? I was looking at what was the next thing. Oh, what was... You were trying to figure out how you would fold this down, because, like, this thing has to come out, you know, as far as that tip is. And so I was looking at this and seeing how far their tip comes out. Their tip comes out to about there. They got a square, and then they got this box, but then they got, like, some sides that come off of it. If we roll back... Give me that, and show me again. Where are you bending from? Beckham. So they got it, like, hinged there. But there is, like, this little extension panel in order to have a point at which to hinge it off of. Got it. Got it? If you got it, I got it. So then, from the front... Yeah, my box is a little bit thinner. Don't look at my box. It's none of your business. Actually, can I have one, like, either something of something? No, they're all individual panels. Well, what about here, if I did it here? R? Radial? Mirror? Nope. Where's the other one? Aha! That's the opposite of helpful. The other one. What's the other one again? Not helpful? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Just put you there. Like that. Hold shift. Pull it up. Shift. Go it right. And then where did I put you on? I think I put you on that, actually. Put you on the edge of that. No more... Yep. Going down to there. And grab you back to here. Down into place. Shift in. Shift in. You know, it's close. It's close-ish. 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 So that would give us mounting point. I feel like what ought to happen, if there's going to be a mounting point off of that, we need something very structurally sturdy. Like, this box is going to have to be reinforced pretty significantly, I think. But so all of that comes down, then it flaps out in another direction, and fuck me, it's time for a live stream break, isn't it? Like, what are we going to do with that? I think it's a wing? I don't know, like, we need the longest son of a bitchin' thing that we can get in the game in order to be able to, like, deploy something from. Here you go. Nailed it. Right there. Just a wing. It deploys out, and then we deploy everything from the wing. That, as stupid as that sounds, much as it started out being a joke, that might be the thing. Save. Leave. Live stream break. Live stream break. We had one an hour after starting, and now it's 3 hours in. So we missed a live stream break, and this is how far we've gotten. We've made a box, we put an antenna on it, and tacked some solar panels to it. Welcome to the live stream. I am the Ronin Pawn. Since you're enjoying so much, watching me build incredibly slowly, be back here in 7 minutes. You can keep doing that. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. Your only source for coming back to the live stream late, and then, because I was typing up an idea for a game that just came to me. Welcome back to the live stream. We're building the James Webb Space Telescope, which I believe this is build day 5, because this is build day 3.4, and we, as programmers, start out on 3.0, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 5. Was I followed? There's a cat here. Bags. Hey, my producer. Other than that, but I followed him, mainly. So we're at this point on the JWST. We've got the mirror. We've got the mirror's boom arms and everything. It can deploy itself. It can unfold itself, etc. We're now looking at the deployment of a solar shield. Having just built this box, and I just slapped this thing on here to be, I don't know, cheeky. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny, and then I put it there, and I was like, well, maybe. But no. How about no? How about you go away? Yeah, so the solar shields, they come down from this, like a hinge point here, but the hinge point actually has to be further out than this. Than the this it has to be. Like, that doesn't give us enough extension, what I've put there as of now. That just don't do, Mary. So if I go to the structural and we go back to mass, sort by mass, and then we pull out the 2x2, what if, alright, just come with me here on my journey, my adventure. If I turn that off, and then I would want this actually attached to like the side of that, and then we switch this over to silver, and with an absolute snap, we pulled it that way, we pushed it that way, and then one out. No, it's dead on there. You know, it gets us out. Does it get us out far enough? We can draw this back so that it can technically be far enough, and then if we look at the thing itself, it just comes out to there, and then it folds from there out. Or at least it's hinged there. I believe it's folding from further back, but it's hinged to fall out there. That's the main thing right now, is just clearance on the front of it. And I think that's something we'd have to do it this way. So if I can grab hold of you and get rid of you. And we might just, again, take a little bit of a creative license on that in order to get it out there, because otherwise we got to make the whole box structure underneath it that much bigger.
Come with me and you will see pure Ronan porn imagination.
What you'll find will defy explanation. Thank you, Jermasian, for the opportunity to say... Oh, also the money. The money is good, too. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I could do it in 2 smaller bits that come out like that. I don't know. I'm looking at it and saying our box is so small. I intentionally made our box small because it's like our box doesn't need to be that big. I'm lamenting now how our telescope is twice the size of the original. Not intentionally. It was an accident. I didn't mean to, Ma. But here we are. Praying to the dog star. The other way I suppose I could go with that, if it were going to be that, is I could try and do halvesies. Splitter in the middle. But that just means has more height to be dealt with. Did that pull you off of a line, or... Oh, you were never on the right line. There you go. Like there. Why does that look like it's at such an angle? Doesn't that look... It's just like camera perspective... I guess it is. Wow. Okay. Yeah. What do we do with this? I don't know. Roll with what you got right now, Pawn. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing, is just rolling with what I got right now, Pawn. No snap. Make sure we're attaching to the top of that one. think I see more texture tearing. Like, what's going on back here? On that seam. Alright, maybe it's just light and Kerbal having trouble. Back to an absolute snap. Over there. And holy crap, you're in the right place for once. Huzzah, congratulations. That would get us out far enough to be able to build if I then take you and no snap, just like back in a bit. Like if we get you sort of lined up like that, and then I pull you, and then you're in to there. And then I would have to, with you, pull you forward. Back up to where we're just barely lipping behind the others. That's fine. I don't hate it. It's still not going to be enough. You're going to have to draw it back even further, aren't you? Because you need clearance. Clarence. We'll see. So then the... whatever it is that's going to fold down, it's probably just going to be another one of these, because it's got to be friggin' huge. It's got to be friggin' huge. It's got to be the entire height of the thing, which means, yeah, it's 2 of these plus some. It's supposed to go up and over? Fuck. That's so much. That's so much, though. It's enormous. Why would they have done that? It's their fault, not mine. And then the question is going to be, do we have 2 of them, or do we have 1 of them in the middle? 1 in the middle, 2... I think we'd have 2. And then the space between them would have to be filled with something. And then, yeah... something, etc. and so on. What if we went straight into what we were planning it to ultimately be? Because, for the sake of Kerbal, I was thinking the largest thermal control systems that we can have. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at him. He's just fanning himself. Whoa, that is big. Give me you, and then I rotate you over, and you're almost like just the right things, just the right whatever. And what I could do, so with a absolute snap, like where are you actually? Yeah, attach you there. Make sure we've got like centered on whatever it is that we're on. It looks centered. And if I just hold shift and pull you out to the place where we would then like have you rotate on. And then so I'd put one rotor there, and it would just kind of, we'd magic it. We'd make it look like it's rotating from a different point or something like that. And then, how high do you go? You'd need 2 of them. And they do attach to one another? Oh, game. Oh, like that helps me out, but really? Can attach one to the other? There you go. Boom. Ready to ship. You. Give me a... absolute snag. You think that's the middle, do you? No. There, you think that's the middle. Alright, we might be able to agree on that. You go up any further? Or any little, like, attachment points there? Yeah, it attaches to that. Pretty flimsy looking. Alright, make it look a little bit less flimsy. Just pulling it back. Uh-huh. I mean, that's gonna be the easiest way to get something, and apparently we can build off of it, which was another thing that was gonna be important. What do I build off of it, though? What's the, like, medium deployable? I can build you off the side of that? How far out do you go, and what do you look like? You end up looking like that. Wow. What's the weight after attaching those? We're almost to 30 tons. That's cool. Shit, man. Shit. So if that were as far out as we went, and then we'd want to fill the space. Oh, God. The idea I just had. So I can build off of that? Alright. You guys are a lot smaller than I remember you being. Okay, yeah. If it were a giant circle, that's what I was thinking, was you just deploy one of these guys in the middle of it and call it a day. It doesn't get bigger than that, right? I mean, except for the Gigantor solar array. Which is also just paltry in comparison to the size of that large radiator system. Holy spooples. Speeples. And then with the smallest radiator, so like it is not getting it done. Not. What about if we just like started tacking fuel cell arrays? Those aren't big. The idea of them being deployable though is pretty important to that. Those pack up nice. And if that's as far out as we decide that we're gonna have it come on either side, well then it's actually, how does this, it rolls out like that, and then and then the middle, and it goes all the way across it, all the way to the other side. Right. Right. So then you would actually be like down here. Yeah? Maybe I should be building it not upright. Say, instead of having that like that, we had two of you. Find the place where you actually allow me to, yeah. I have no idea where we're going right now. But this is definitely how we're gonna get there, wherever it is that we're going. Right? Just by experimenting. You know. No, what do I know? Damn it. And this would be the one that actually just folds up and stays deployed. And then once you fold it down and out, other things would have to deploy from this. Oh, this is a thing. This is turning into a thing, isn't it? It's a bit of a thing. And it's supposed to go all the way around. Wait, okay, no, you guys are fine there. And you guys not so much. So number one, make sure that this is dead center on that with an absolute snap. Yeah. And there's an angle to be had as well. Hey, what do you want? Oh God. What do you want? What have you done for me lately? Woo 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 woo. It's just so ridiculous. And it can only get more ridiculous. What? What? Are you laughing too? It can only become less believable from here. There's no other. It's not like, yeah, but what if we could do it this way? There is no other way, and I can't even, like, I was thinking you do that, and then you put them on, you know, the sides of these, and then, you know, profit somehow, like that's and then boom, and then you end up like being able to fill the space that way, but you can't do that because then this radiator retracts, and so that would be holding out in the middle of there, which means that, like, these would have to come off of this. Which should mean, while I'm doing this, you do need to be flat. Come on. Find that barely an edge that exists. And then when I do roll you up, what are we looking at? Nope. Top or bottom? I think top. Top looks like it could be structural. But then... It's like this, isn't it? It's like this the whole way. That's what you have to do. And you're never gonna fill the whole space. Ooh. Hey. That's kinda, I mean, if you could reproduce that for each one of them, that would get you where you wanted to be. And they would pack up like that. That's believable. Like if you could do and then and then and then and then and then and then. I just don't think I'll be able to get the alignments that I'm looking for as time goes on. It's already hard to believe. Sorry. But it sure as shit is making me laugh. I don't know if I changed anything by doing that. No, I didn't. I'm just gonna carry on, because what other plans, you know, just tell me your genius thoughts. Huh? Maybe those three could be the end of those, and then can we go down to the small boys at this point? We might be able to. Yep. Okay. It's following the theme. Because this will actually collapse, is the thing. Like, it does ultimately function, in theory. It is very much what we've done until now. Like we've done 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. And is this the perfect place to do that really stupid thing? Well, I thought might work. Which is fill the gap with this. And the answer is, yeah. Oh, fuck. I've only done it on one side with the small guys. Or maybe just in the wrong mode. Yeah, where did they go? Because these are in such specific places, I can't reproduce it, and this is just one part, and fuck. Means like all the work we just did here. Worth nothing? Or maybe. We've got the right angles anyway, so it looks like I'm able to reproduce those. It's just a matter of dragging them into the right depth, I guess. Huh? Huh, what? Here's your heat shield. Right there. My friends. I mean, obviously, yeah. That's what she looks like. Right? I should write. Don't think that this will fit, but I feel obliged to look at it. Hello, Saturn V guy. Feel obliged to look at this. I'm not at all committed to like that. But we do have like one side of something that's not awful. If you guys were like that, it's gonna be too much, right? Yeah. It's not too much, but you would want. I think I want to stick with the mediums out here in order to try and round it out. But that could be our heat shield. That could be it, because, I mean, we've got the collapsibility of it. I can retract the radiator, retract the radiator, retract the radiator, retract the radiator, retract the radiator. I can retract the radiator. I don't want to surprise you or anything, but what if I retracted the solar panel, and then the radiator, and then the radiator, and then... Oh, wait, no, these ones will always stay open. Those stay up like that. And then we build the whole thing onto... hinge, and we can fold it up like so. That doesn't look ridiculous when packed. It only looks ridiculous once it's out. It looks fucking ridiculous. And yeah, that would be the height that I'm going for there. So bring them back out. I had to see before we carried on. It was always going to be something like this. It's Kerbal Space Program. We need a deployable heat shield. This is it. This is what it's going to be. Going to give a click that many times to deploy it. I'll put it all in action groups when we're there. But yeah, I think from here we want it to be medium control systems to fill in these gaps. So I put you there, medium radiator, with a snap on you. Can I do, if I do radial, oh, radial's the only thing I get here. Okay, well then just make sure that it's absolutely center. I think you gotta hold shift to get absolute center there. And then that should be the same on the other side. Looks like the gap's correct on both sides. Extend. Pull you up. And then we just got to fill this space. I was imagining you doing it in space in a hurry. Yeah, if I build off of this, I can just like copy paste it over there, I suppose, to get the symmetry we're looking for. But this is going to be a difficult spot right there to fill that gap. Like even if I put an angle on this, we're still going to have gaps to fill. If I hold shift and come back, I could create the same space gap in either direction. Hold shift and drag it out here. Me to about, no. Hold shift and put it back by 1. That's probably in as equal a gap as we're going to get under these circumstances. And it looks like you would want a little bit of a twist up too and go along. But I would want to fill that space, and so I'm like thinking about the small boys. There's no good way to fill the space except for to, like, double up. Have a high and a low. High and a low and a high and a low and a high and a low. Let me focus on trying to get this one to just, like, marry with that, I guess, then. Like, that follows the same angle. I would want it to be not quite the same angle. Get you from here, I hold shift, and then I pull like that, then we're gonna... Yeah, maybe I do want the same angle. No, you don't. I think you gotta do this off the snapping system and accept some amount of cracks and seams in what you're doing. Back to the snap. Local. Give me a shift twist. And then just get rid of him. Get me a new one. Nope, that's the large. Drag it out so I can have like finer control over it. And I just keep every couple of seconds I look at it and go, what the fuck? Can you blame me? And then actually, like, you, if I could put more of a upward bend on you. And then counteract the bend here. I'm as surprised that my eyes just widened and were kind of like, yeah, no, that, well, no, that, yeah, maybe, Are you fucking kidding me? How I would reproduce this on the other side, though, because I've attached it to where I've attached it, is a whole nother bag of wax. Give me a brand new one. Roll it down. Drop it anywhere. Hello, Oregon CRX. Good evening to you as well. Looks amazing. How are you launching it, says Moose. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I have no fucking clue. I don't know. I don't think it's possible. Thank you, El Gavo NZ. El Gavo. Thank you so much for the 100-bit cheer. Yeah, it's getting a little hairy, is the thing. There's hair. I don't know if you noticed the hair. Like, if that one's flat, then there would need to be 2 more that go in that direction in order to spread it out. I was thinking, like, from the start, I was thinking, like, you do this, and then this one is actually going a little bit in that direction, you know? And then, yeah. But it's gotta end up doing exactly what what these have done. These other ones, over here. You know? Being a perfect mirror image, so there's 4 of them across that get us to where we're going. And so I would want to take this, but I need to, like, reverse what it's doing, and there's no real way of doing that. Flip it upside down. Pull it up. Rotate it over manually. Yeah. Fudgicles. Looks like a peacock? Yeah. I would agree. If it is a 5 system... And there's 1 there, there's 2 there, but then the 3rd one didn't even really have room. Solar panels deploy back there, and then this whole thing would have to be above it on the other side. Which is fine. That was to plan. That's how they did it on the actual thing. Weight's up to 32 tons. 4 or 5 tons in radiators so far. Which will be doubled. Which will be doubled. Just manually pull you this way to something, because if it is going to be a 5-base system, then the one in the middle needs quite a bit of room. It doesn't currently have. Are you the... No, you're the small one. You're the medium. Yeah, see, no, it's too much. It's mas too mas. Let's do Hostmesh. If this whole construction were to be able to move out further, then you could come further. And you could come further. You could actually be put onto this instead. And that allows me to duplicate that once we get to the other side of things. And you tuck in tightly as you can over here. Try and make the turn. And that does put you right in line with the center of that. It's just we've extended on this side in order to be able to have that stuff there, so we won't have a mounting point for that on the other end of things. But if I, again, decide to kind of fudge the game a little bit here, or fudge the truth of, like, how the design is. in order to make this happen. And you're there, 1, 2, 3 squares, 1, 2, put a third square over there, but like this is so already built. You can't just mirror it, can you though? Maybe. Like in mirror mode. I came over here, said give me 2 of them, said put it in mirror. And it was like, go fuck yourself, I don't do that. I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore. If I had to be honest with you. And you know I hate to do that. That's the 2 of those, and then... if it were off of you... yeah, the problem is it's even... it won't do mirror. Because of how we built it in the first place. I could have mirror there... and then force it to drag out to weird places. Alright, just do it in single and see what can be done, if anything. Yeah, because that's the problem, is like I can put this over here, but then I can't get it to like just go the other direction, to just be a mirror image of what it's done, which means that the work that I've done is somewhat wasted. I have to do it all again, but on a different angle in order to match up to the other side, is my point. At this point, I think we need to commit to a position for each peacock side here, which means, you know, getting the rotation and the... yeah. Getting the pivot points set. How much, like, is there... oh, Jesus. Is there any closer that I can have here? It would be there. That's it. That's what you can do. If you retract that radiator, and that one, and that one. Oh my god. Once it's packed up, it don't look cool anymore. It don't look quite as awesome. Why aren't you Lions in the Super Bowl instead of the Rams and Bengals? Who? Did I say something about... and... are the Lions playing in the Super Bowl? In the Super Bowl? This year? I don't know nothing about your foosballs. Foosballs out my face. Look at how far out that would have to be in order to line up with what we've done. And incidentally, for the record, what are we looking at? Yeah, we're looking at like this. This is... these come down, and you see where like the supports are for that to hinge down, and then there's this little extension where they're able to mount that from. This one doesn't need it because it's on the back, so it can just mount down from there. And ride above those solar panels a little bit. And the whole thing comes up. At least we can do that. That we can do. That we're allowed to do. Leave you full screen, even. So when we retract everything up, and then these stay as they are, is my plan anyway. I could do these, could come in also. Seems plausible. But where it has to hinge from is possibly fine, Pawn, if you just actually committed to the hinging, because if you're using one of the big hinges, like you've been using, robotics, not even that big. Like a G, alright, a big hand, like a really big, but this one, the G12 that you've been using everywhere else. You use one of those, and then it extends out from a place, and things are good. Or not. The whole thing would have to be on one hinge because it's coming down from one part, though. So there is that. We could support it with a second hinge if I did a tricky docking port bullshit, but I don't want to have to. I don't want to if I don't have to. So where would this one end up being? Like, if I just drop one down there and then I, with a snap, absolute. I think I'm gonna have to hold shift to get you dead center there, okay. And that's as far out as you come. I think maybe you want to start at full deployment and do it upside down. No, because you need that. So 90 gets me out to there. What happened to Apollo Legend? Nothing good. Apollo Legend committed suicide. Like a year after that event. A year after? 6 to 8 months, maybe? Something like that? Yeah. Apparently he got into some, you know, dirty internet business, by which I just mean, you know, social media, people yelling at you for this thing, that thing, the other thing kind of a deal, over who he took sides with on some controversy or something like that, and he had mental health issues in the first place, and home, you know, difficulties in home life and that sort of a thing, and yeah, that was what he in his suicide note described, maybe not verbatim as, but basically what he was describing was just internet bullying kind of a thing, and when it's, you know, hundreds or thousands of people because you're a bit of a public figure, it can be that much more powerful. Pushed him over his own personal edge. So if we go to full target extension here, where does this end up resting? It's there. Just feel better if there's not. Yeah, because our mirrors do pivot. We've got a multi-axis yoke thing going on. Alright, yank it off and attach it to there. I think so. And then that'll be upright, and then we fold it down. It's going to be that much lower, though. That's the problem with this, is like I need the extension that takes me out, and then when I flap it down, it's going to be... What if you did like that? So that the hinge point is out where it needs to be, where it is in the original, and where it just makes sense for it to be. And then that's straight up and down, and then it folds down with the hinge in a reasonable position. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. I think it'll look better if it's embedded. It'll look like it's coming through, and there can be more structure under there to be able to hold it, because it really will be just imaginary. Alright, I'm going to try now. In fact, before I do try, I'm going to go on to the Mark 19 and save where we are right now. I just hate to lose all of the peacock. Or like some vital positioning that I never get back. So go back down to perfect flat, and then, yeah, I guess I didn't have to go down to perfect flat first. I need you to be straight up and down, all the way. You is good, and then How much does it look like I could reasonably get away with that being? That'd be fine. Is that with clearance? Almost. Almost, and I'm not opposed at all to sliding this back a little bit more in order to get the clearance that we need, and then sliding these forward. Amish Six says, last I heard the Twin Galaxies Old Guard were bullying him in court, and he didn't have the means to see the fight through to the end. That's horrible. Yeah, he was being sued by Billy Mitchell. You know, Mr. I didn't cheat at Donkey Kong, even though it's clear that I cheated at Donkey Kong. Alright, we went on to the Mark 19. Did I... You know what? Go on to the Mark 20. Because I think the Mark 19 was the I can go back to here. So now with the Mark 20, I save like that. And then when we deploy from here, with the target angle that folds down, we end up there. And then we would deploy these things. Yeah, and now we don't have quite the clearance that we're looking for there. I've got a couple of pixels worth that I can pull this out even more, and it'll still look like it's embedding in there. But we still don't have the clearance, and trying to make that turn right around the mid-buckle is main problem. Oh, well, wait a second, because that's the other thing, is that you're not going full flat on this when you do go. Target angle is going to be, I don't know, 165? Is that... I'm not sure exactly what Kerbal's first snap point is on an absolute rotation. I guess I could yank that off of there, put it down here, flatten it, grab you for rotation with a snap, pull it up by 1. Yeah, that's it. That aligns all right. Pull you up so I know which one I'm yanking off. That's you. But yeah, still just that changes all of our clearances there. Well, hell. Ah, well, what the hell. When we close it up, though, we have clearance perfectly if I just set to minimum 90, maximum 165. Then that's what we're going to have. And then these all deploy. And just check that everything still looks alright. Oh, and the final bit. Solar panel should be the other direction, actually. Shouldn't it? Can I just rotate you right there, and then have you like that? Yep. Yeah, and then the gold there matches the gold everything else. That's better. I like that even more. I know people say things such as, oh, it's just this or that doesn't matter, but when everything is destroyed, it's disgusting. Oh, wow, that thing is coming together. It ain't right. Nothing's right. And it's all perfect. What? Well, if it could be any other way, it would have been that way. This is the only way that it can be. Whatever it is that we're talking about, and I don't even know at this point, whatever it is, whatever it is, it would have been that way if it could have been that way. Clearly it couldn't have been that way because it's this way. Quoth Throne and Pawn, 2022. I'm just ripping this off and throwing it away. All that stuff. I'm not worrying about that yet. I want to get both of these peacock feathers, peacock plumers, in the places where they need to, you know, plume. I need to see that plumage on both sides. Oh, wow, the clearance, though. Well, we will deal with that. What's your height there? You're just about there. You're just about there. Just put you right under the lip of that. It's probably reasonable. Yeah, that's believable. It's kind of exactly right, even. So that's them on both sides of that, but then we've got the solar panels, and you're gonna have to move up for me. Like all of you. Need to get under the hood. Might need to increase the deployment angle, actually. 165. I don't think it would hurt anybody to do it that way. And it might be the thing that saves us. Like, if instead of 165, we brought it up to 155? I gotta see the thing actually deployed. It's so much. It's much less angle. It's much less angle. You're probably already gonzo at 165. So you're saying go the other direction? Maybe. Maybe I am. Go back to 180. And then pull you down to like a 170 instead. It feels like a flatter-ishness. Yeah. Back is higher than the front. Is this? Well, I mean, the angles are because I'm messing with them right now. 170. I'm gonna try that. I'll set the max on you to 170. And then I'm gonna set the max on you to 170. And I'm gonna go over to here and then get back down. And then that bit of gap there on that side, and this one's like that. This one's like deep in bed, too. Deep in bed. We up to 90. Yeah, and then you got that. And then you got that. Can't even go far enough out to be able to pack that up. Oh, that's like really quite nuisancing. Really quite annoying that is as it is. Can easily like pull those in, but that ain't how it is in their design. That means that my angle here is not anglerific. And I really don't want to fuck with that. It took forever to like get that to a thing where it would actually work, you know? These docking ports actually link to one another once you load into the scene and then create the pivot point. Because we've got 3 connection points back to the main vessel here, and that's the only way you're going to get that done in Kerbal Space Program. Which means that I might be sacrificing some reality and just doing that. Pulling all that down on this side. For our radiator deployment when it's time for that. So, but give me this. You do like so. Let me get in here and make sure that we've got reasonable connective tissue betwixt the twains. It really, if it's going to be like that too, then I do want to bring this in more. It should come in like that off the backside. And then fold up and prove that we have clearance. We do. And so now you can go back down And I've got these solar panels on the wrong way. Well, but they're going to spin is the thing. Damn it. Can I disable that? Rigid attachment off, auto strut to retract solar panel. They're going to rotate with the sun. Fuckity fuck. So are these, aren't they? Do they? I've actually never used those. Maybe they don't. But if those... If those rotate with the sun, then we're also going to have penetration issues. In addition to the penetration issue we already have right here. Oops. That needs to be on the local axis. Yeah. That's just enough clearance for my mind. And then actually the rear heat shield here has additional solar panels that are attached to it where these solar panels end. So as to, you know, give it more solar panelness. But yeah, that is all kinds of problematic that they are going to rotate with the sun. Those are the biggest deployable panels that we've got. I don't want to invent my own robotics deployable panels. There's nothing I can do to keep them from rotating. Which makes me immediately think, like, what if I used a series of the small guys, but they don't attach to one another, so it's not like I could stack them onto one another. They're not like radiators, where apparently you can build a radiator on a radiator on a radiator. Because those would have, like, they would rotate less. I mean, you know, the idea would be that you'd always keep this thing with its rear pointed at the sun. It would always be, the shield would be there. That's the concept of the Lagrange, right? Is that you can hold a position. How severe are your penetration issues? Well, they're gonna be something like let's see. So there's local rotation, and then at maximum, they're gonna be like that. Pop through on that side, they're gonna be like that. How much more could I lower these? Well, none. None is a good number to start with. What if we had none on the additional lowering, just to at least minimize the penetrationness? 1, 2. And then maximal penetration. My God, this thing is friggin'... When did this thing get so huge? Maximal penetration. And be like that. That's fairly deep. When did this thing get so big? Close her up. Close her up. I hate that. That's the worst part of it. Is that I can't extend these radiators. Means we've missed the form factor. But with all the Kerbal limitations, what are you gonna do? Spend a lot longer working on it, Pawn, is what you would do. Goodness. This is all the right-click retracting. Backs up pretty good. Anyway. Did it like that, you'd barely even notice it was wrong. Because it'd be all symmetrical. Ship it. Shall we... Shall we what? Shall we spend some time action grouping? I really don't want to. How long have we been here? 4 hours. I am tired. I am tuckered. I'm tuckered and tired. Not in the Carlson sense. I wouldn't do that to you or anyone or myself. I'm tired and I'm fuck Tucker. Ship it with Planet Express. Our pilots have at least half the depth perception is the best in the business. I think I'm packing it up for the day. I think that's me packed it up for the day, and we come back to it on another creative build day. We pick it up from here. We set up some action groups to, you know, automate the deployment of this and that and the other thing. Maybe it's another Cal unit even. We just have a whole bunch of sequences, you know, hit 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. But we get the deployment on that going, and then I still need to, like, build out more radiators along the side in order to finish the, you know, larger sail, solar sail. And then where are we? Just out of curiosity, then where do we stand? Because the things that we can do after today's build include that as well, which the thing apparently does. Is kind of a deal. We should probably not just have it on a stage. I don't know. Put like a bunch of battery banks, something SAS in the middle where the core of that is, or, you know, like we'll build all the something. We need the monoprop systems. Tuck all that in there, I guess. It really does look like we just made a little stage at a local fair to have a 21 meter tall James Webb Space Telescope model stand on. Before you sign off, you slap a massive boost on it and launch it unprotected, see it fall apart and burn up lava lamp. No, that's too much. This is too much. Plus, it would ruin the ultimate, like, once it's done and we can actually ship it. I'm trying not to... I don't want to even Alt F12 it and just send it to space. I want to see it there when we've actually done... There's no way we're ever getting this up there, is there? Here's what I will do, is say, what's the biggest goddamn fairing in the game? 5 meter? We're sorted by mass, so it should be the 5 meter fairing, bearing in mind that this thing is 10 meters... across, round, under, something. I need an attachment point. Do you have an attachment? Do you have anything for me? Just snap to nothing? You got nothing? Nothing, though? Like, maybe there? Like, which direction are you gonna even want to build? Jesus, game. Come on. Just fucking nodes everywhere. You want to build that way, right? So, up like that, and like this. And then we'll just need a fairing that's like that big. That's no problem. Hang on, I'll just pull that down. And then it looks like it should be over. That's in the center. So then we just build the fairing. It's all packed up too. This is what it would actually have to be. Yep. Yep. Well, a little bit. That's not. We need to go wider at the tip. Fuck. Can't even go that high. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Yeah, no, you're gonna have to more at that angle. And then let's say to here. Close her off. There you go. 62 tons in the fairing. That should be easy to push, right? And then boom. It's definitely what the real fairing looked like, says Lava Lamp. Yep. Yep. I made it to scale. 62 tons. It's only 500 parts. So there's that. Interstage nodes on. And then you just do that. Yeah, no, yep. I don't think we're going to have any problems shipping that to space. No siree, Bob. So I presume this is the length. Which side is the widest? It's got to be the one that's got this on it, right? Perfect. Nailed it. All right. It's nailed and it's perfect, and that's when we leave. That brings us to the end of this live stream. Wow. I forgot how tedious. I mean, how slow going it is to build something to look like something else. We haven't done a build day in a minute here. I'm just looking on Twitch to see who might be streaming some Kerbal. If there's anybody that we want to pop in on. Bonus episode 13. Yes? Who?
Thanks for the laughs, open mouth smile.
You're welcome. For the laughs. Thank you for the last minute cheer. Ozzy in space. Are we familiar with Ozzy in space? Seems to be in space. It's not Aussie in space. So I think it's just Oz. I'm just looking in. He wants you to subscribe now if you want to join the Cool Kids Club and gain the super secret special space powers. So I like his marketing. I think he's strong. He's got a good synergy with the NFT dynamic of Parliament. I'm just watching an ad now, waiting to see what's going on in odds. Oh, good. Credit Karma. Don't forget to sign up. Something in the other one. Okay. Seems plausible to me. Hang on.
Totally a gamer vamp.
Totally a gamer vamp. Is that what he said? We're gonna raid him is the thing. The raid message is, it doesn't matter because none of you guys ever do the raid message anyway. I am the Ronin Paul. Thank you for coming out. I intend to be back here this Tuesday with back to our Kerbal career mode, where we need to turn our attention toward making some money. We've got about a dozen tourists in the career mode waiting to go to places like Mun and Minmus, and maybe we can build some kind of crazy space plane that also breaks off so that each of them can individually go where they want to go and then come home or something, because I'm not going to build one ship and take these yakuts. Like, if you paid for Minmus, you're not going to the moon. That's just the way that works. Thank you all for coming out. Thanks to everybody who subscribed and followed and gave me money. I will see you this Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern-ish. Pawn out.